I would like to start by saying congratulations to everybody who made it. We had a very nice party last night at the conference dinner. Thank you very much again to the local organisers for this lovely celebration. I think everybody who was there is a little bit tired, myself included, but really looking forward to today. It's going to be a great day. So, I think without further ado, we should hand us straight over to the first of the speakers. So I'm delighted to introduce our colleague Eduardo Galega. And if we can have Eduardo's slides up, please, that would be fantastic. Sorry, short introduction. So Eduardo is going to talk about dosimetry in support of nuclear and radiological emergency preparedness.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you to the organizers, to EURADOS, for inviting me to open this EURADOS School of 2023. Secondly, thank you, all of you, for coming so early, or well, not so early, but early anyway, after the dinner yesterday. So for me, it's a pleasure to give this talk in which I will try to make an introduction to the school topics and at the same time on what is necessary. So they asked me to put a historical perspective. So I could say that the need to protect population in case of nuclear or radiological accident was recognized very early, but this didn't imply that they put appropriate emergency plans in order. Well, this is the first case, perhaps in history, although it was known much later, in which evacuation of people was necessary in the Kishtim in 1957. 10,000 inhabitants were evacuated for a few years. Also, decontamination, extensive decontamination was performed, and there was some impact also on biota. In the same year, approximately 1 month after, the Windscale fire occurred in the UK, and it caused significant contamination in the surroundings. In about 500 square kilometers, milk was destroyed. There were no evacuation, but later on it has been discussed if there could have been some impact on the cancer rate in the areas, etc., because there was, for instance, polonium-210 release apart from the iodine. Well, a bit later in 1961, the SL-1 accident happened in the US. It was a prompt criticality accident, killing 3 operators and causing a small release, and monitoring of the area was performed, but no impact on the population because apart from that, there was no population around. And much later, in 1979, the nuclear industry of USA and worldwide discovered that effectively meltdown accidents in nuclear reactors could happen, which up to that point it was, well, quite very, very low probability, quite very unlikely events. So there were no evacuation plans in the area, and it was a chaotic response with a lot of miscommunication, contradicting orders, first saying stay at home, then children and pregnant women should be evacuated. Finally, about 40% of the population in the 15 miles around evacuated by themselves, and also some people farther away. So it was a clear sign that evacuation plans are necessary and must be applied. Not only evacuation, but emergency plans. Later, in 1986, Chernobyl happened. This is very well known by all of you, so probably is no need to remind that there were 135,000 evacuees. Also, we had these 600,000 emergency workers, so-called liquidators, that were some of them significantly impacted by radiation, and also a strong increase in the cancer rate in the 3 countries affected, with about 11,000 cases in 2016 recorded. But not only reactors, but also small, relatively small radioactive sources can cause significant impact. And later on today, the Goiânia accident will be described. But just a few figures. A single source of cesium-137 caused 21 people with acute radiation syndrome. 4 of them died, including children. 249 contaminated, 112,000 people was checked for radiation, and the decontamination of the area produced about 3,000 cubic meters of radioactive waste. This from a single radiation source. Well, another accident, perhaps not so much well known, is by the public, is the Tokaimura in Japan in 1999. It was again a prompt criticality accident in a factory, in a manufacturing installation. You see the building; it's really just an industrial building. 2 workers died. 161 people in the surrounding were evacuated for a few days, and 300,000 people were confined, were recommended not to go out during the accident was evolving. 10,000 medical checkups were applied. 667 people were found to have received some radiation as a consequence of the accident. And finally, Fukushima in 2011. This is the last case I will remember today. 3 reactors were suffering very large meltdown. Very large radioactive releases were also taking place. 78,000 evacuees plus 10,000 that were evacuated later, and 58,000 confined in the emergency zones. They were confined for about 1 month or so. Just today, about 24,000 didn't return they are still relocated. So these are examples of accidents that show us that nuclear and radiological accidents are very, very complex situations, and a good radiological characterization of the situation is a fundamental step for taking decisions on the implementation of protective actions. Of course, dosimetry issues are very important in all the phases of this kind of accidents, both for nuclear facility and for radiation or radiological events. Well, in case of an accident, the radioactive material can affect the human being by different exposure pathways. And all these pathways should be well characterized in order to be able to take protective actions. So externally, we could mention the airborne radioactive material that could be deposited on people, then the deposits and also the gamma emitters from the cloud, the deposited material in the ground, in buildings, in clothes and skin of people, is also a significant source of exposure. And internally, we can mention mainly the inhalation in the first period, while the cloud, the plume is traveling in the site. And then we have the inhalation potentially of resuspended material from the contaminated surfaces, and then ingestion of food and water. And maybe also inadvertent ingestion of radionuclides from the ground or from objects by touching and then eating something or so. So these pathways are, of course, not all of them equally important, but of course they force us to take activity measurements after an accident of the air, of the ground and buildings, of water, including also groundwater, of soil, food, people, flora and fauna, and of course, a continuous monitoring of the dose rate of the ambient dose equivalent in the air to be sure that the area is reasonably adequate for living. It is very typical to find after accidental situations a distribution of the number of individuals receiving different doses, similar to those that I represent here. Typically, they are log normal distribution functions, and you can find a bulk of people, the majority of people, probably in the lower part of the distribution, on the lower exposure level. But there is always a few people, a minority, but relevant because they will receive higher exposure due to their lifestyle or to the place where they are staying during the accident or other circumstances. And looking to this is that we must pay attention and take more care. So what is the radiological protection system recommending to act in these kind of situations? Well, looking to the recommendations of ICRP, publication 103, it's clear that we have, in any exposure situation, we have sources, we have people, and we have the exposure pathways. And we can protect people from exposure, either acting on the source or acting on the exposure pathways, or in the extreme case, by putting people in safe situation, by evacuating them, for instance. So this is what the general model is indicating. And as you perfectly know, the ICRP 103 established a system based on the exposure situations. The planned exposure situations are those that consider the introduction and operation of sources. These are not relevant for accidents, but we have the emergency exposure situations, of course, characteristic of the emergency phase, when the source is out of control, and when there is a loss of control of the source, this situation usually require an urgent and timely action to mitigate the exposures. Malicious acts, I mean, terrorist use of radiological sources may be also under this category. Then we have contamination of the environment, and we enter into an existing exposure situation. And in that case, the sources are already there. We can, or we must characterize the source in order to take protection on the people. So characteristic of existing exposure situation is that we must decide what to do to reduce the exposures. And this is necessarily based on the characterization. We must avoid acting without necessity. I mean, if the exposure is really not very high or not justifying the action, we shouldn't act. So characterization is the key element, and dosimetry is key in these cases. Of course, after nuclear accident or after malicious acts. Very recently, in 2020, at the end of 2020, publication 146 was released, and it's an update of the previous publications on emergency and existing exposure situations after large accidents. And this was gathering all the experience from the Fukushima accident. And it's clearly indicated in this publication and also in 103 that the main objectives are to prevent tissue reactions on people, first of all, among emergency workers and the population, etc. And secondly, to limit, to avoid, to the extent practicable, increase individual risk as associated to stochastic health effects. And the principles to be applied must be the justification of the action and optimization of these protection actions or protection strategies. So this is just the overall frame. And the main points of this publication indicate that the objective is to mitigate radiological consequences for people and also for the environment, because in the previous, let's say, decades, in all these scenarios that I showed to you, in general, the environment was never a key. And now we also must think about what could happen to the environment in case of a large accident. And, well, providing sustainable living conditions for the affected people, suitable working conditions for the responders, both during the accident and during the emergency and in the long term, and maintaining the quality of the environment. And secondly, characterization of the radiological situation on-site and off-site. And this is essential, as I told before, to guide protective actions. And it should be conducted as quickly as possible. Okay? So these are the key objectives, the key points of the 136. And now going back to 103, we remember that there is another principle, which is the limits, the dose limitation, but this is only for planned situation. You can see that in the last row. So this is to restrict the doses under planned situations other than medical, of course. And in the other situations, what we need to consider is dose limits to organs to avoid tissue reactions, of course. In an emergency, it may happen to have tissue reaction. And then restrictions associated to the optimization principle. In the case of existing and emergency situations, we use reference levels as a guide. And we use this as a guide in this way if we compare it to the exposure in planned situations in which we have the dose limits on top, and the dose limit is indicating what can be made and what would be, let's say, illegal. Okay, this is planned, so we can establish legal limits. And below that, there are dose restrictions, and the optimization must be applied under the dose restrictions. But in emergencies and existing situations, we have only these reference levels, and the dose distribution can have some people, for instance, above the reference level, and the objective is to bring everybody below the reference level. And to do that, we try to get the optimal situation, the best option by optimization. So the reference level is the key, and the definition of reference level is the level of dose or risk above which it is considered, it is just inappropriate to allow exposures to take place. So we don't want people to be above the reference level, but perhaps after the emergency, there are some people who are above. So the value to choose will depend on the prevailing circumstances of the exposure, of course. And as I told before, the objective is that as a result of the optimization, the initially distribution of people and level, number of people receiving a given level, will be modified in order to bring people above the reference level below the reference level. So this may require some time. And to consider that, in the reference level, we consider all the exposure pathways and all the relevant protection actions. So the strategies must be based on the overall picture, not just on partial aspects of it. And the full protection strategy must be justified in order to produce more good than harm, because some protective actions may have also side effects, negative side effects, and optimize, okay? Where to choose the reference level values? Well, in publication 146, these are the values indicated for emergency responders on site and off site, and for the public, okay, and during the early, the intermediate, and the long-term phase. I will not read the table. You can download publication 146 and read it carefully. But now I would like to focus in this 10 minutes that I have, I would like to focus on the different situation, on the different phases, of the accident, and how dosimetry and how dosimetry characterization is very relevant. This is the picture of the generally considered for accidents. First, before the accident, of course, we are in the preparation phase. Then during the emergency response, we can distinguish the initial or early phase while the source is not yet under control. Then once the source is being controlled, we enter into the intermediate phase. And then in the long term, we have this recovery long-term phase. Initially, it's clear we are in the emergency exposure situation, and at the end, it's clear that we will be in an existing exposure situation. And in between, well, we are in between. And maybe in some areas, we are still in the emergency, and in other, we can say it's already an existing situation. So let's see. So looking a little to the early phase and looking to workers and emergency responders, the situation in general is unusual, so urgent intervention is necessary to control the source and to avoid worsening of this situation. The main concern is to avoid tissue reactions. Clearly, this is the main concern for these workers. So it's important that they wear individual active dosimeters with alarm, protective clothing and masks, whole body counting at the end of their job, and probably biological dosimetry also, and also internal dosimetry analysis after the work as necessary. Okay, so this is clearly linked to many of the activities that EURADOS working groups are doing. Still in the early phase, looking to the population, the main concern is to decide, of course, under uncertainties, because we need to foresee what could happen, whether an evacuation, a sheltering, or iodine prophylaxis are required to protect them. So we need reliable prognosis methods, and after me, Wolfgang Rapskov will explain you some of these methods and computer codes that are available. And these decision support systems can also integrate data from the environmental monitoring as soon as they are arriving. The challenge is how to improve predictability, reducing uncertainties, and there have been some recent European projects, how to assimilate monitoring data to reduce these uncertainties, and of course, it's necessary to benchmark, to calibrate the dose assessment models. Also in the early phase, we can receive data in real time from the radiation monitoring systems, from off-site surveillance networks, also from mobile units, both terrestrial and airborne. And in the recent years, in the last decade, we could say there have been significant developments of the so-called unmanned aerial vehicles, so the drones, to be shorter, in projects like, within EURADOS Working Group 3, Arturo will describe later. So they allow to have a quick assessment of the degree and extent of the environmental contamination, and it will avoid, very important, unnecessary exposure of workers to go there and measure. So you send first the drone, you measure, and then you consider if it is necessary to go. In the case of Fukushima, the characterization of the region, of the area contaminated, was made thanks to a collaboration between the US DOE and Japanese teams. But it took 1.5 months before having this complete picture. They use some aerial vehicles. They use also mobile by small vans, and also some hand survey on the terrain. And this is also some examples of recent projects. Even nowadays, we have this project, Remote Alpha project, within MPIR, which is trying to develop systems to detect alpha emitters on the ground. So Arturo will describe this much better than me. Okay, continuing with the early phase, this is not all said. Looking to people, we need to screen their doses to make a triage, to decontaminate them if necessary, so measuring the contamination on the skin, on clothes, and maybe later we or not so late, but we will need for those expecting having received more dose to make a biological dosimetry, whole body counting, also for babies. In Japan, this small system was developed to check small babies, and later in vitro measurements of biological samples. Of course, thyroid is always a big worry in case of nuclear accidents because iodine is one of the main radionuclides released, volatile and very abundant in the reactors. So thyroid dose monitoring is very, very important, and the challenge is to have techniques that are readily available and before time escapes. So the sustainability of these systems also is a challenge because after 10 or 15 years from the last accident, probably nobody is worried about, but you need to have this today. It's not something for tomorrow. So, well, looking a bit to the intermediate phase, the source should be already more or less under control. The release is finishing, and you change little by little from the emergency exposure situation to the existing exposure situation. But there are still uncertainties, perhaps, on the contamination, on the contaminated areas. And you need to take decisions looking to the long term. That first, you need to decide whether an evacuation or a sheltering can be stopped. So this termination of the urgent protective actions is very important. And then look into the long term, whether to establish control or bans on food ingestion, whether to decontaminate areas, to relocate people from the hottest areas. This requires a lot of characterization. And this characterization will be normally done on the terrain, on the ground. So just to be, let's say, to have some illustration. There is a challenge nowadays that is that people is now getting more and more radiation meters, and they share their data. So citizen science has reached already the radiation monitoring, and the challenge is how to integrate this into the operational approaches. There are some examples like SafeCast or Open Radiation that are very interesting, but that's all. Then look into food bans, decontamination or relocation of people. We need to establish reference dose values for this situation, and we need to make some forecast on the long term using realistic dose projection models that will complement the actual monitoring data in order to produce good assessment of what can be the future weeks or months or years. So in this case, also other actors can help, like citizens or researchers from different laboratories or whoever that can be ready to measure. In general, in Japan, the own population, the municipalities, the citizens associations, the farmers association made these kind of measurements. Another challenge is to have a good assessment of the individual measurement, the individual exposure, and avoiding unrealistic or conservative models projection. In this figure, we see what were the annual doses of people living in different neighborhoods in Japan. The yellow bars are the actual doses measured, and the blue lines are what the official model was forecasting. So you see, the real dose was much lower, about 1/2 or lower, and maybe some measures were not really necessary. So this is very important. If you decide relocate people and then the dose was not so high, is a real mistake. So this is very important. An example is this shuttle developed by our Japanese colleagues that yesterday joined EURADOS. And this system is very useful because it allows to record hourly data of those rates received by the people. And then they go to the municipality, to the technical service. These data are read, and they can know whether they are receiving more or less doses. I'm going to the end. Food control is also very important, and in this case, also in Japan, they develop very efficient systems to check all food produced in Fukushima. All rice were checked, also fruits and fish, and well, they examine with a detection level of 25 becquerels per kilogram, which is not very, very low, but it's enough to be sure that the food is suitable for consumption. And also people can measure their own production. And in the municipalities, again, the associations of farmers and the local governments got systems to measure. So in conclusion, this is the last slide. We are now in the preparedness phase, at least in Europe. But being in the preparedness phase doesn't mean that it cannot be an accident sometime. So the great challenge is the participation, motivation, and commitment of the interested organizations and also population. It's time to address all these challenges I mentioned, to develop also representative accident scenarios and to train and test in the protocols developed. And there is a need to work together to increase radiation protection culture also, involving the population in general and the different stakeholders to make them aware of what is the situation after an accident. Very complex, but if you try to understand, the complexity can become more or less manageable. And well, look into that. There is a need to favor interaction and cooperation between experts. You are the experts, we are, and the stakeholders through open networks. And also in this sense, I invite EURADOS maybe to try to act towards the general public because there are many, many things to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Maybe
Eduardo.
the questions later.
Yeah, well, we maybe have time for one or two, but before we do, I understand that colleagues online didn't quite catch the introduction. So a very but slightly belated introduction. Welcome to the online viewers, to the 16th EURADOS School on contribution of dosimetry in the field of nuclear and radiological emergency. So thank you. Is there a question for Eduardo in the room, or is there one online? No? Okay, well then I think we probably will move on if that's okay. So thank you very much again, Eduardo, fantastic. And I'll hand over to my co-chair to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to introduce Dr. Isabel Bravo from the Portuguese Institute of Oncology, who's going to talk about biological effects in nuclear and radiological accidents.
So good morning to you all. First of all, I would really like to thank EURADOS and especially the organization for allowing me to address such a distinguished audience. So I'll just try to speak a little bit about the biological effects of nuclear and radiological accidents. As you can see, what really concerns us are the damage to the DNA in the cells, because these are the damage, and you've just heard this before, that are going to cause all the deterministic and all the stochastic effects that we will see from minutes after irradiation until years or generations after the irradiation. Sorry. I should be able to use this. Sorry. Okay, so you have to understand that, of course, we have many targets in the human body. Of course, now we have a lot of information about this type of accidents. Our greatest source of information are still what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because we've never had such a population, and we hope we never will, that was affected like that. And the effects are still being studied today in the people who have been the offspring of those irradiated people. So why do I say, of course, everything in all the cells are relevant, but this is, as I think you'll understand in a couple of minutes, what really worries us. Sorry. Apologize for this. Sorry, it's okay. So very basically, we have two types of effects. You've got the so-called direct effect of radiation, which is you have a direct effect with the DNA chain. And of course, this is the most uncommon situations when we are talking about, for instance, the radiation we use in medicine, because we are essentially made of water, right? So there is a huge probability that the interaction will be with one of the many water molecules we have in our body. And it's the free radicals that are going to cause all the damage that we will see. Now, why is this relevant? This means that you can act here in order to change the effect of radiation. But as also see in a minute, whatever you're going to use to change the effect of radiation, for instance, scattering free radicals, must be already present in the cell when irradiation occurs. This is why it's so important. So as I've said, this is probably the most common effect regarding DNA damage to the cell. Apologize, I should be able to work with this, but sorry, what? Thank you. Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay, so first of all, when we talk about the biological effects, there are many things you have to take into account. The type of tissue, age. An embryo is much more sensitive than a child or a young adult or an older adult. And this has to do, as you'll see in a minute, with two absolutely key words when you talk about radiation sensitivity. And these words will be proliferation and differentiation. And I'll be giving you a few examples. Of course, something very, very relevant is the type of radiation. If you have this type of radiation, alpha particles, you have so much energy deposit on your target that there is no possibility for repair. And of course, if you have low linear energy transfer radiation, you have these events. And with time, this can be repaired. So as you understand, 1 gray of low net radiation has entirely different biological effects of 1 gray of alpha particle. So, and you have here this image, for instance. You've got, let's say, alpha radiation, as I mentioned, high ionization, low penetration. This is the kind of radiation you use for medical radiotherapy. But make no mistake, this kind of radiation can be stopped by a sheet of paper. But if you ingested it, it will be absolutely lethal because it's the type you've just seen that is always depositing energy. For instance, Madame Curie is probably our major relevant casualty regarding these events because she worked throughout her life with radium and polonium that she isolated. And you'll know that all those people at that time died from diseases, cancer diseases, or liquid cancer, as we say, related to their experience. And so, for instance, so this is also very, very relevant. So, as you can see, this could only happen if it is ingested or if you have an open wound. There's actually a very famous case. There was a spy in the UK about 12 years ago that was poisoned with polonium in the tea. And so it was also, what happened, of course, he died within 3 weeks because radiation went into his gut. And as you'll see in a minute, what happens is that in the acute radiation syndrome that you just heard of, what happens is that according to the dose, you have different types of events. Up to 1 gray, the body can recover. But it's called the threshold, as you've heard, for the deterministic effects. Just to remind you, deterministic effects are those that the higher the dose, the higher the effect. But up to a threshold, your body can recover. So let's say about 1 gray, your body can recover. Higher doses than that, what will happen, for instance, if you have a whole body radiation of 2 grays, 3 grays, you can recover if you get a bone marrow transplant. Otherwise, you will die from a failure of the hematopoietic system. But if you have a higher dose, like the case of gamma radiation that I just told you, then what you would need to survive would be a whole gut transplant, and that is not possible. Even higher doses, you have death because of the failure of the central nervous system. And so that is a non-survival condition at all. We've had some examples of the last thing in some workers in nuclear power plants in the United States. So unfortunately, we know what happened. We knew the dose they got, and we also knew that they've died in about maximum 56 hours. Now, something very important you have to realize is that with biological effects, they take time to express themselves. And this is very important when you have a nuclear accident. For instance, Chernobyl. We talk about Chernobyl because it was in '86, so we know a lot. Fukushima was more recently. And so we had people in Chernobyl that could survive, but they needed a bone marrow transplant. Actually, at the time, this was the time of the Cold War. They've asked support for the Americans. They went there, of course. But out of 13 transplants, only 2 people survived. But this was '86. Nowadays, the survival rate would be much higher. Why is this important? Because for some time, those people express no symptoms. That's why you need dosimetry. And Chernobyl, for the first time, and you've heard this before, is where biological dosimetry was made, which is the correlation with the DNA damage that you'll see in a minute and the dose that person has had. So just to remind you, you've got the physical stage, the physical-chemical stage. This is extremely fast. And then you have, this will be, for instance, DNA repair. But then the biological stage is almost immediately, and depending on the effects, I'll be talking to you in a second, it can last many, many years. So why is this? Because this is the most common thing that happens if you irradiate cells. You've got breaks in the chromosomes, okay? Now, if they rejoin, no problem. But what happens very often is, there's a cut here. This whole chromosome gets together with this one. So now you've got a chromosome with 2 centromeres. And if you remember, when a cell divides, okay, at the end of mitosis, each one should go to a different pole. What happens is that this cell cannot divide. And so this cell will die the next time it attempts cell division. Now, if it tries cell division within a day, 24 hours, you'll see the effects very quickly. But if it takes 100 days to divide, you'll see the effects much, much later. So do you understand why proliferation is so important? If it's a very proliferative cell, you'll see the effects in a couple of days. But it's a very slow dividing cell. It will take you weeks or months to see the effects. So do you understand why proliferation is so important? And of course, all of these, for instance, biological dosimetry, you can have a direct correlation between the percentage of dicentric, because they have 2 centromeres, and the dose. And the first time I told you this was attempted was actually Chernobyl. So, also, you've heard about deterministic effects, the ones that increase with dose after a threshold, okay? Until then, your body can recover. But, for instance, when we talk about radiation protection, these are effects that concern us. These are the so-called low dose, because they have no threshold. As you can see, one single damage to a chromosome can lead to an event such as a tumor or leukemia. And so what happens is with these, the higher the dose, the higher the probability of they happening. But with this, the higher the dose, the higher the probability of them happening, and not the seriousness. I'll give you an example. If I had to drive 100 miles to work every day, my chance of having an accident is large. But if I only have to drive 10 miles, my chance of having an accident is lower. But this doesn't mean, that if I drive 100 miles every day, I might never have an accident. And if I only drive 10 miles a day, I can have a very serious accident. So that's why stochastic effects are concerners, because the higher the dose, the higher the probability. But you can have a very low dose, and this can lead to a cancer. And why? I'm not going to say much about this, because cancers are like plane crashes. They only happen if many events happening. It's not just because there's a wrong event that something happened. You need a whole series of events. So something else that is very important is what we call local effects. Just to remind you, we have 3 sources of information on radiation effects in the human body. You've got professional exposure, You know, like people 6 years ago that didn't have protection, they went to operating rooms for a catheter and they wouldn't have thyroid protection, they wouldn't have body protection, so they would develop thyroid cancer. This was years ago. And then you also have the so-called systemic effects, acute radiation syndromes, you've also heard in the previous lecture. This is when a dose of radiation affects your whole body. And as I've told you, depending on the dose, you have different types of radiation syndrome. The only survivable one is with the lower doses that allow for a bone marrow transplant. Other than that, there's nothing that can be done except maintaining the patient as comfortable as possible. But as you've seen, in Chernobyl, we had people that could survive, and we knew that because they had no symptoms at first. And I'll further explain that. So, to talk to you, this is the same scale you've just seen, but now, of course, that you can have cell death that leads to organ death, but these are the so-called stochastic effects, because if you have mutations in one of your somatic cells, or in one of the germ cells, these can lead, if it's the person incurs to leukemia or cancer, but if it's a germ cell, this will lead to problems in your descendants. That's why the descendants of people who were irradiated are still being studied today. So, as I've said, if you only remember only two words about the effects of radiation on cells, please remember proliferation and differentiation. So proliferation, I think it's clear. The higher the cell is proliferating, the more the possibilities of being more sensitive to radiation. This is exactly the opposite. It has to do with differentiation. Let me just explain that. All cells in our body have the same DNA. But you know, the DNA that is active in a brain cell is different from the DNA that is active in a liver cell because they express different proteins. And so, going back to sensitivity, you have an idea that the most sensitive organs are, of course, these. These are the least sensitive organs. So, it's a particular sensitive organ we have is thyroid. And of course, this is very important, as you've heard, and I'll say a few more words about this. So, this is just to explain to you why, what I've said, all the cells in our body come from undifferentiated cells. These are the cells who have the capacity to divide into any cell of the body. But as this process goes along, cells become more differentiated and more resistant to radiation. So to give you an example, those people in Chernobyl that survived but needed a bone marrow transplant, the more resistant cells they had would keep on with their normal functions to assure life. But once they die, their normal period of time, for instance, platelet dies every 10 days, lymphocyte can last a few months or years. Once they die, the normal process, they should have been replaced by these that should have been differentiated since. But these were the ones that were destroyed because they were the most sensitive. So now, do you understand? They needed a bone marrow transplant because in a couple of weeks, these would have died, some of them would have died. And the ones that should replace them, the more sensitive ones, have all been destroyed. So for instance, they didn't need a bone marrow transplant the next day, but they would need that in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, these cells that did not exist would not be replacing this. So this is what's important about this. Now, a particular sensitive individual is, of course, the fetus. And why? Because you've got this stage during the first few weeks that you have all the different organs forming. And according to the time of the exposure to radiation, you have the most serious lesions will be here when these organs are being developed. But as pregnancy continues, we know that, for instance, we have seen a lot of mental retardation in the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And also very important because, you know, all these cells come from these undifferentiated cells that go along and differentiated. But as I've said, during the time of radiation, exposure can lead to huge effects. This is a very, very sensitive human being. It's probably the most sensitive one because it's also the one that has the highest turnover. That's when cells are dividing the most. And so going back to Chernobyl, there were some thyroid cases in adults, but in children, there has been a huge increase in children up to 18 years of age at the time of radiation, including the ones that were still in utero. And we know this, why? Because there's something very important. Radiation does not cause anything de novo. Radiation only increases the effects of biological mistakes that are already there. The only way we can say this is caused by radiation is through statistics. And here, unfortunately, it's very clear. We have an excess of over 4,000 cases of thyroid cancer in relation to the normal population. So we know this was caused by radiation. And also this, as I've said, is probably the most relevant effect of Chernobyl. As I've said, for Fukushima, we still don't have data because these types of cancer can take 10, 15 or more years to appear. So once again, you have to understand that with biological effects, it's like physical or physical chemical effects, they can take years to happen. And so this is the example I've given you. This is quite interesting because this was at the time of the Cold War. So you have the Americans and Russians working together. And this is an amazing account of their experience doing this transplantation. And as I said, for the first time here, they were able to do biological dosimetry to estimate the dose that these people had, which was very important. Because you say, this guy or this woman is going to need a bone marrow transplant, otherwise they would die. Because as you understand, in a nuclear accident, you don't have the way to monitor patients. So this is also to remember you that what I've just said, in these guys, these are the differentiated blood cells that we all have that are going to last between a few days and a few weeks or months. So these people had all these cells destroy, the highly differentiated cells, and as they die, these new ones should be differentiating, but of course, they had all been wiped out. So please don't worry. I know this is very busy. I just wanted to convey to you that there are so many effects that happen to the body when it's irradiated. You've got an early stage, then this is the time when proliferating cells are expressing damage. And of course, then you've got the phase of remodeling and recovery. If, for instance, you're talking about a whole body radiation dose of less than a gram. I would just like to remind that we talk about the biological effect of radiological exams. As you can see, this is a comparison of some doses of common radiological procedures and background exposure, the radiation we are all exposed to because we are alive. Okay, we're talking in general of very low doses. So, the accidents around here have happened, but have all been very, I don't like to say the word minor because they have consequences, but we're talking about, for instance, erythema, or you've got very mild situations. For instance, X-rays. So this is, if you compare it with what we get as background radiation, it's entirely different. Of course, for instance, mammography is slightly higher, as you can see, and this would lead us to this debate why women should be doing mammography on a basis, because one of the most sensitive tissues in the human body is thyroid, the other one is breast and gonad. So you're giving actually a mutation agency to a woman, but of course you have to outweigh the risks and benefits, but we're not discussing this. So I'm just going to use some examples. This is a table of incidents. I'm not going to discuss this, but to tell you that when we're talking about radiological accidents with the procedures that you go through, and we're talking about billions of medical procedures, X-rays and all that, usually what you got is something like this, level 1, 2, or level 3. For instance, there are very few reported in the literature. One that I can think of is a tech that was doing a CT to a baby that lasted for 60 minutes, which, there's no explanation, okay? Of course, she was fine, no explanation. What happened? The child developed redness in the skin. The child is fine, okay? But as I've said, this is unheard of. Now, with radiotherapy, and you have to think about the millions of treatments of radiotherapy, and you're talking about less than 1, 2 accidents a year. So we're talking about, I think, like 10, 12, the last decade. Of course, you've got all the data here in this website if you want to look for it. But the thing is, you see, they're very, very rare. But, you know, they make immediate headlines. I can think of one in the UK of a teenager that was treated for brain cancer. She got a 45% increase. Of course, she died of brain necrosis in a couple of months. I'm sorry to say this, you know, I don't like to talk about this, but it's just an example to see. And of course, and I'm sorry about what I'm going to say, but when things in radiative therapy happened, they were due to dosimetric errors. And I apologize for saying this, okay? But you know, people are human. This is extremely, extremely rare, okay? But they happen, and when they happen, they make headlines. Otherwise, you know, the computer systems have so many systems to make sure everything is correct. But of course, things happen. Now, of course, this is Chernobyl, okay? And as I've said, we have learned so much about this. And what I would like to say is we know a lot. We already knew a lot. But the thing is, once there is such an accident, as you see, there is not much we can do except for some situations when we're talking about doses like what you get in a nuclear accident. Okay, so what is important is that you understand, and I think that if you understand now why proliferation and differentiation make such a huge difference, you understand what would be the people most at risk, you understand what the medical procedure is, and once again, please remember that many of the syndromes, you don't see anything in the people irradiated for a couple of hours, okay? It depends on what? It depends on which cells were more affected. Because as I've said, if it's a cell that proliferates very quickly, and I think you understood, is going to die when it tries the next cell division, if it divides in 1 or 2 days, you'll see the effects very quickly. But if it divides in about a few months, or years, or if it's one of your germ cells, then only the children, the offspring, will be expressing those damages. So something else I would like to draw your attention. Very few people know a little bit about biological effects. I'll give you an example. The huge successful series Chernobyl, which is in top of the ratings, like Game of Thrones. Everything is great. They had politicians, they had doctors, they didn't have any radiobiologists. So if you check them, they are huge, huge mistakes, okay? I'll just give you one, because now you'll understand how there is this scene. I'm sorry about the spoiler, but there is a woman who is pregnant, and she's going to see her husband, who was a fireman, and he was dying of acute radiation syndrome. And they said, oh my God, what happened? The baby died because, I'm sorry about saying this, it absorbed all the radiation that the woman should have. Everything is wrong. First of all, the man is not radioactive, okay? Because the man was dying from the effects of radiation. And second, you see, when you're talking about absorbed radiation, you know, the baby is in the womb, so a lot will need to go through that. So I'm just saying this because it's very common if there is something, and you see people in the television talking who are not physicists or know nothing about biology, it's a lot of mistakes. So it's an amazing process what happens with your body, but you can intervene. As I've said, depending on the type of radiation, you can even interfere with, for instance, scattering free radicals. But remember, radiation is extremely fast. So if you're going to act with effects of radiation, whatever agent you're going to use, it has to be there in 10 to the minus 18. If it goes there 1 second later, it makes no sense. I'll give you an example. Chemotherapy and radiation therapy, if you're going to use an agent that is going, for instance, to scatter those free radicals, the person must have the drug at the time of radiation. Otherwise, it absolutely will not make sense. So there's a lot to say about the interaction of radiation. Radiation is an amazing tool in medicine, but it's also very, very harmful if it's out of control. And of course, you all know this. So, of course, these are the websites I've been using. This one here is United Nations Scientific Community for the Effects of Atomic Radiation. You can download all the information you have about everything that has happened to people that was radiated. And so I think I put the references in my PowerPoints, but everything else I got from here. And of course, I'm very easy to find if you want to reach more friends. I'll be here about coffee break. So if you have any questions, I'll be delighted to answer them.
Such an interesting. It's 5 seconds.
It's not working, sorry.
This one.
I can use this one, or I can speak louder. Thank you so much, Isabel, for such a wonderful presentation, very interesting presentation. I would like to ask if there are any questions to Isabel.
I have one. You spoke that there is a one gray, threshold for recovery of the body, but I know articles then are 50 without medical support for whole body irradiation with low dose ionizing radiation. It's about 2. It's okay. I think
For the line.
Okay. Okay. One more time. You spoke about the threshold about 1 gray for whole body irradiation, and I know articles when there is clearly declared that LDA 50 for low LET ionizing radiation, which typical cases which we have, it's about a 2 without medical support. How it's possible it's so different from your value?
Okay, so you're entirely right. When I said 1 gray radiation, I was talking, let's say, a value that it is understood that below that, people can recover. I think you said LD50, was that it? Well, LD50 means 50%. So the thing is, it has to do with the dose. It has to do with the age of the person. If you have someone very fit, it has to do with the type of radiation. I just mentioned 1 gray because up to 1 gray, we can assure that, but you're entirely right. Okay, it can be with 2 gray, you have 50% of the people that will survive without a bone marrow transplant, with medical support. But it depends, on the type of individual, on whether it is young, it is old. So I just gave you a 1 gray, which is supposed to be common no, but you're entirely right. It depends on the type of radiation. 1 gray of alpha ray, of gamma radiation, it will be entirely different from 1 gray of beta radiation. Yes.
Next question, please, and this will be the last one, so we can move to the next speaker.
There's one thing which is sometimes very rarely taken into account in the discussions is dose rate. I mean, people are talking about and this is probably the huge difference, because if you get the dose over a minute or over the days, and so over the months, but the limits and some action levels are simply in gray and not in the dose rate. Should it be the thing which should be really considered in all the radiation system for in such a case?
Okay, I just written my pen. You are entirely right. I didn't have time to talk about this. Let's say that you have a dose rate, like a nuclear accident, okay? All the damage is done. So what you got is high linear energy transfer radiation. Let's say this is a chromosome, okay? Depositing all the energy. This is non-repairable, right? But if you've got 1 gray of low lead radiation, what happens? You've got damage here, damage there. This can be recovered if there is time to recover. In humans, we expect about 2, 3, 4 hours. Now, you said about those. I'll give a very good example about dose rate. If someone is irradiated in a nuclear accident with 10 gray, it's non-survivable. But in our cancer patients here with leukemia, we give them 12 grays, whole body radiation, and of course they recover. Why? Because first of all, the dose rate is much lower, and actually we also divide the dose in 3 fractions. So you're entirely right, of course. 1 gray of radiation, if you have a low dose rate, because I think I explained to you the damage is might be non-recoverable, but if you have a lower dose rate, there is possibility for repair. Okay, and also, of course, the example I gave you, I think it's clear. 10 gray can be lethal.
need a sound risk assessment based on monitoring and modelling in a nuclear emergency to assure proper decision making and a balanced long-term health care for the population? Very important question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Liz, and thank you for the invitation. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here. It's also a pleasure to listen to other presentations during this day. It's also a pleasure to stay in Porto. And the third or the fourth pleasure is my talk will be only half as long as I thought, because Eduardo has presented most of my slides, which I have also prepared. So that means we have a lot of time for questions and discussions. We can have a longer coffee break, whatever. I'm from KIT. I'm retired since this year. My main area of expertise is decision support systems and decision-making under uncertainties. So I'm talking about risk. This is the title. Again, it was too large to print it or to present it in the first slide. So again, I'm talking a little bit on risk assessment in the early phase of an emergency. And typically, as you know, Eduardo also presented this, decisions are based on doses. So you have reference levels for particular early phase countermeasures or late phase countermeasures. And the risk is not an important topic, at least for decision making in the very early phase. But at later phases, you might be interested in decision making. And the question is, can you estimate the risk also in the early phase with information that is available at this time? So I will also briefly go through these phases, decision support systems, very briefly, protective measures, and there I will contradict Eduardo. Again, that's good for discussion. And I will present results from the confidence project on this risk model and also some conclusion. This is what Eduardo briefly also showed. Here you have more information on the timing. So you have these phases, and some of the phases last for days, weeks, years, or even decades. And at the moment, it's not clear where we are. I mean, we have now the war in Ukraine, and this picture is not really relevant. For example, at KIT, we're performing every hour what if calculations if one of the Ukrainian power plants will be hit by a bomb and explodes. So this is not preparedness, but it's also not emergency. So it's something in between. I think that's something which has to be discussed also in our community, because I'm coming from emergency management. So what is this for a situation when we have war, when we have nuclear power plants in this war situation? And nobody is really prepared for this. Again, what Eduardo also presented are these different measures in the various phases. So important here is that in the transition phase, for example, we will go typically ending all these early phase protective measures. And that's also the time where people start thinking about risk estimation, about health care. So this is transition phase is a phase where you prepare the long-term phase at the end. So that's something how we define this transition phase, where you end the early and you think about the later phases. Again, Eduardo also showed this. So we have to consider all these pathways, external pathways, internal pathways. So I don't go into this. This is something which is also, I think, important to remember. The dose rates in the beginning are much higher than later on. And the most important is the dose rate, which is coming from the Bloom passage. So that means you have internal and external radiation during the Bloom passage. And in most cases, if you have no precipitation, for example, the inhalation pathways is the dominating one. That means if you protect your population, you have to protect them against the inhalation of the plume. That means you can evacuate people or you can try to shelter people. The external exposure is getting more and more important in the longer term. And then you add also ingestion of drinking water, of food. So that's all in the later phase. But important in the first days is really the inhalation of the contaminated activity during the plume passage. And this you have really to avoid. Well, if you think about decision making, this is something which shows you how decision making, at least very, very placative, can be done. The first one, this recognition primed decision making, this is typically performed by a first responder. A first responder, let's say someone from the fire brigade, is coming to a house, there is a fire, and that person analyzes the situation very quickly, and if he finds a first solution, he takes it. So whatever is he or she thinks can be solved and can be managed, that's taken. It's not a discussion of minutes, hours. It's something really look at the scene, what are the possible remediation actions, and then take the best or the first one you think is valuable. Then you have the rule-based decision making. This is typically something which is based on a lot of training. So you have rules, you have performed a lot of training experience, and based on this information you have from the training, from rules and recommendations, you base your decisions on. But what we want at the end, in most cases, is this analytical decision making. That means you look at all the different possible solutions, you really consider what is at stake, you analyze the situation in detail, you consider uncertainties, and as you see there, you need time and you need more information. So this is the point I want to make, is that in an emergency, you may not always have time to go for this analytical situation. So in the very early phases of an emergency, you may go just for the rule-based situation. Again, the fire brigade or the first responder may take the recognition primed, but typically a decision team is going for this rule-based approach because they know what they are doing, but they have not the time to analyze the situation completely. To support this analysis, typically these organizations use decision support systems, also mentioned by Eduardo. So these decision support systems should help decision making. They should not do decisions, even if they are called decision support systems. They really only support decision making. And they are designed typically to collect information at all levels, so local, regional, national, and also for all accident phases. So they can be used during an event for all the information which is at stake, also for preparing, which might be used them at the moment, and in most cases for the preparation for the decision maker to look for scenarios and to prepare for these scenarios. They also should be used to assist then, of course, in evaluating the different strategies. So let's say to develop strategies, but also to evaluate strategies. In the early phase, for example, can I perform evacuation, or is it better to shelter people because we have no time for evacuation? And that's something we tried in the beginning after Chernobyl, and we failed completely. We developed a decision system for Europe. So that was the approach of the European Commission, that we have one common emergency or decision support system, but that we failed. So now the countries, they all have their own systems. So some countries use systems that are similar. So RODOS or Argos, for example, these are systems that are used in many countries. But the original idea from the European Commission after Chernobyl to have one system for Europe, that failed completely. But nevertheless, I think these systems are very good to have, to act as a focal point for all the information which is incoming. Well, let's come to the slide to contradict Eduardo. In Eduardo mentioned that it's important to have dosimetry monitoring information for decision making. This is not true. Or at least it's not true for the evacuation pathway. I mean, if you want to evacuate people, you should do this before the plume arrives. That means you don't have any monitoring information. You even have no information if there is a release. You have only the information there might be a release in XY hours. That means for particular actions and particular evacuation and also distribution of iodine tablets, also iodine tablets should be distributed before the plume arrives, because if you send people out to go to wherever pharmacy or a place to pick up the iodine tablets, they're also unprotected outside their houses. And if there is a cloud passing, it's a bad idea to send them out. So that means for at least for these two actions, it's better to perform decisions before the plume arrives. Sheltering is something, of course, you can do at any time. During the plume passage, people, if they cannot be evacuated, should be sheltered. That means you have a very high uncertainty in all these decisions. And that's one of the reasons why in a project I will describe later on briefly, the let's say, the assessment of the uncertainties is extremely important. So to know if the source term is really a very high one, or it might be a lower one, and the weather of this and that type, and how many people will be affected, and what's the probability that these people have to be evacuated. Well, but nevertheless, we can use monitoring information. Again, as I said, you see here a moving cloud, and you say, okay, I know this in advance, and I consider or declare evacuation for particular areas. But as soon as you have then the monitoring information, you see at the bottom, that would be the area where sheltering would be imposed. You can start monitoring, because monitoring from our point of view as a decision maker is very important to adjust decisions. I mean, you say, I have an area which is based on simulations, on prognostic information, and you have evacuated people, you have sheltered people, and now the first monitoring information arrives, and now you can adjust. You can say, okay, the area was too large, or the area was too small, or the area I considered was on the wrong place because the wind was going to another direction than the prognosis told me. So all this is extremely important to adjust the decision you have taken with prognostic information. And of course, what you are using for this are these operational intervention levels defined by the IEA, or which can be adapted by, by countries, but these oils are very important as an indicator for this adaptation of the areas indicated. Well, let's come to the project. I will talk a little bit about the confidence project. I coordinated the confidence project, but on work package 2, there was a special activity on these improving awareness of the radiological situation approach. Confidence in general was aiming to understand and reduce uncertainties in decision-making or radiological emergency management and decision-making. And this work package 2 was on the monitoring aspect. And you see all the organizations which participated in this work package 2. What was the objective? The objective was really to analyze the situation and to improve the radiological awareness. We typically start from the left side, so you have the contamination level, you identify the people who might be affected, and at the end, let's see here. And what is most important for decision making in the later phase is to have this individualized dose assessment, so that you estimate the dose not for the whole population, but you estimate the dose for the individual. You can use, of course, different approaches for this. I will come to this, but Eduardo also described them. And what is then at the end is the health risk assessment, which can be also done with all this information that is described here. And this is something I will discuss in the next slides. So you have a lot of monitoring information from different sources. You have the, let's say, stationary monitors, EURADOS, gamma dose rates around the nuclear power plants. You have mobile monitoring devices, also mentioned by Eduardo. Other smartphone sensors, for example. But you can also combine this information. And this is something which I think is one of the most promising activities, that you really combine the monitoring information with the occupancy information of the person of interest. So this can be done like this. This is a tool which is available at BFS in Germany. So they use this at the moment for exercises. On the left-hand side, you have the measurement data, but measurement data are point data. That means the first step is to put them, or to adapt them to an aerial information, which is seen here in the middle. And then you add the information of the person, where the person stayed, how long. And with this information, you have the first step for this individual dose assessment. It's relatively simple. I mean, the approaches are rather simple. The approaches have some issues with the internal doses from inhalation, and this, because that's very hard to estimate. But in principle, I think this is a very important step forward to get really the dose to an individual. If we go further to the risk, well, we need the risk estimation, in particular for the long-term health care. That was clearly discussed also by Eduardo. We have to look for thyroid screening, for example. We have to look for other health effects. We need, as a basis for all this, of course, dosimetry. And we have an example from Fukushima. This is the example from Fukushima. This is a picture which I really like, because it shows that it took WHO 2 years to define such a risk estimate. And this is still called a preliminary risk estimate. So this is first, of course, the doses. That means they needed 9 months or more than 9 months or 12 months to estimate the doses. And then additional 9 months to estimate the risk based on this dose information. And this is something I think 2 years is too much. I mean, of course, it's difficult. It's not so easy to perform all this activity. But how, or can we do this better, even with a higher uncertainty maybe? But can we do this earlier in the emergency? Because then we can prepare for all these activities or later phase healthcare early in the emergency. This approach is published. Again, I'm not the expert in this. I'm a meteorologist, so I know about the weather. I'm not really a biologist or someone dealing with, let's say, the risk estimation. But nevertheless, this is published, and I will try to present the main findings. But you can go to this paper at Radiation and Environmental Biophysics, so that you can download there and you can read the main content. So the idea is we were interested in the lifetime risk based on one exposure. So we are not interested in the continuous exposure, but on the one exposure, which is typically the case in an emergency. And of course, there was databases needed, and the input was used from published risk to dose response models. So they looked for all the models which are available at this time, and they also analyzed this in terms of age at exposure, the sex at exposure, and what is important also, they needed the population data, and we need also the population data at the area of interest. Examples are mentioned here. So this is information which was used for this analysis. Also data which was used for the model. So German cancer register, for example, the Scandinavian cancer statistics, Switzerland's cancer statistics, and also general survival data from life tables for Germany. So this is something which is available and which they used for their assessment. How to do this? You need, of course, to know the population size and the structure of the population in the area of interest. What you see also on the right-hand side, we used the female risk information because the male typically results in lower doses or dose to risk coefficients, and therefore the female ones were considered. 3 categories of age were also considered: children, adults, and seniors. And the information was then normalized to an exposure of 100 millisievert or milligray. And that's, from my point of view, the most important one. And you see this also on the right-hand side picture. The uncertainties of this information is also given. The problem with this is that decision makers hardly can deal with uncertainties, but that's something I think we have to, to deal with also in the longer term. It's not easy to perform such an assessment. I mean, first of all, the dosimetry is important, so we need to get the dose value for all the affected people. For this study or for this exercise and the tool which has been developed afterwards, they only concentrated on external dose. So the internal dose was so far not considered. But we also have to think about the number of people which are affected. So that means how many people have to be monitored. So in the example I gave in the picture in the beginning, there were 9 million people were living in this area. About 500,000 people have been sheltered according to the, let's say, the information from the system. About 47,000 people evacuated, assuming that the dose is higher than 100 millisievert. Iodine tablets have been distributed to several 100,000 people, and 300,000 children and 200,000 adults. So I mean, these are a lot of people, and a lot of information has to be considered. And this is, from my perspective, one of the important issues to be solved: how to perform such an assessment in a, let's say, reasonable time, and not to go individually to every person and monitor. And what we think is the most promising activity or way to do this is data assimilation. You have the prognostic information from the let's say, decision support systems, from the models. On the right-hand side, you see also then the monitoring station. So that was an example that has been performed in the confidence project. And considering the uncertainty of the simulation and the uncertainty of the monitoring station, you can use the ensemble approach to really assimilate monitoring and model information into one radiological picture that is consistent. And this is what I think is the basis at the end for the risk estimation. This is nothing different what the WHO did in 12 months, but here you can do this in several hours in principle. Well, to conclude, just when you go back and you remember these days, uncertainties are the most important issues in the early phase decision making. So without treating uncertainties, I think decision making is ridiculous, because you don't really know about the source term. You know a little bit about the weather, but nevertheless, source term and weather in combination can result in really very huge differences in terms of areas affected and number of people affected. The first decisions are typically based on simulation models, then monitoring comes in, and monitoring is used then to adapt the areas or the decisions taking. The risk assessment can be done, at least according to this approach, can be done in the first days. When you have enough monitoring information, you can use data assimilation, and then in the first days, you have a proper dose map of the area of interest. And with the tool, even if it's simple, which convert then the dose to the risk, you have a first risk estimation, which you may use then for healthcare approaches. And the monitoring, or let's say this data assimilation, is from my perspective, this is my personal view, is the most promising approach to combine and to get the information you are interested in. That's all. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. It's been a brilliant morning already. It's gone very quickly. Do we have time for one or two questions? I think maybe.
Yes. To respond to your, let's say, discrepancy, I think there is no discrepancy. Maybe I didn't express properly, but it's clear that in the first you have to deal with prognosis based on pure modeling, I mean, or but you may have this prognosis of meteorological data and other. So yeah, but I think we fully agree.
Yeah, no. The only point I want to make in some of these documentations is always written, you base decisions on monitoring information. I mean, that was also the case in Germany 20 years ago. We were really obliged to do decisions only after monitoring. And then step by step, people were thinking and recognizing, this is maybe too late. But it was since, let's say, in the very early parts of radiation protection in Germany, monitoring was the dominating factor for decision making.
That's really interesting, yeah. One more question before coffee?
Okay, so, just a question. In this system where you like to take decisions, did you consider also this, what's called the stress of the people, these psychological effects, no? That it could be something that maybe could change a little bit the decisions. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a very important aspect, and that's something which should be considered when you train your decision-making team. I mean, you need, the people have to be aware about the stress, and we also have some recommendations. For example, if there are people typing in numbers, it should be not always only one. One is typing numbers and the second is observing, because there is a lot of information flowing around in these, let's say, teams where you type and put something. It's always good to have one person and one person observing. If you can manage this, if you have enough team member, that's a different point. But we are aware that these, let's say, stress factors are very important. And for example, in one exercise, we had errors of 3 orders of magnitude because there was just a comma in the wrong place, and it was not 1, but it was 1,000. And this gives a totally different answer.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, just to comment, if I may, since I've got the microphone, I think the decision making in the UK is based on estimated doses as well. So it's the same thing. You know, we have to have some framework for decision making, and computational dosimetry is still dosimetry. You know, so that's how we do it. But yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much. It's been fantastic. So we have just over 20 minutes for coffee. Please be back for 11 o'clock on the dot. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we'll make a start. So hello again. I hope you enjoyed a nice coffee and a short break. And now we go more into some of the operational dosimetric aspects in the session between now and lunchtime. So I'm delighted to introduce, as the first speaker for this part, my colleague Matt Simpson from UK Health Security Agency. And Matt is going to speak on preparing for people monitoring and using the data to inform the wider monitoring programme. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. Very nice talks beforehand, and hopefully some of the things I'll talk about here work well with what was mentioned. Which button? Which button? No. So just to give a little bit of context, trying to look at how we monitor people after any large-scale radiological event. It could be deliberate or accidental, and it could be anywhere in the country. Where there's large radiological facilities, nuclear power stations, etc., there's pre-planned measures in place. But if it's such as a dirty bomb, it could be anywhere in any of the large urban areas, and that causes more difficulties. In the UK, the monitoring is supposed to be coordinated by the health service, and that at the moment causes a certain amount of difficulties because during COVID, there's been a lot of stress on the health services, and they struggle to meet the requirements for their normal work. So if this was to happen, do they have the manpower and the expertise to do it? UKHSA's position in this is that we will provide the technical expertise and the trained personnel to monitor the people, but we don't manage the people, we don't manage the advice to the people during and after the monitoring. Our remit is to be able to monitor if there's going to be more than hundreds of people to do it. The NHS should be able to cover less than 100 people, but if it gets to hundreds, we start having to put in these larger scale facilities to monitor. And we call this our radiation monitoring unit, and you'll see that through some of the slides just for reference. The idea being the early stages in the first few hours of an event, they'll go to the NHS, they might go to hospitals, emergency departments. We want to then drag those people away from going to those places. So we put the RMU in a place which is accessible to personnel, but away from the hospitals. So the accident emergency and all the doctors, etc., can do their job in dealing with everything else, because life will be going on elsewhere. We aim to have it set up, fully working within 24 hours. We should try and deliver this as quickly as possible, but it's not entirely possible to set up everything very quickly. You're going to be probably turning up to a facility you've never been to set up a whole load of equipment, putting in the radiation protection measures to protect the people working in a facility, but also to protect the venue. In the UK, we have a lot of expertise dealing with floods or similar type events, where the local authorities will set up a reception centre. The same reception centre would work with the radiological monitoring. We just put the radiological monitoring inside that with the same people booking people in, the same people offering the welfare, nurses coming to deal with the slips, trips and falls and deal with anxiety. And we will just do the monitoring and provide advice. We'll also act as the radiation protection advisors to make sure the facility is working. And and also the radiation waste advisors, because there will be waste arisings, and just make sure it's properly managed so that ultimately the venue can be returned back to public use as quick as possible. I've said it's designed for hundreds of people. We can scale it up. We have multiple sets of equipment. We have it positioned around the country so that we can send in a small facility, and then we can upscale it as quick as we can. Hopefully be able to do at least 1,000 people per day. In the larger scale events, this is definitely not enough. And so we're looking at how we can expand that and change aspects of it to provide maybe multiple venues and get to a few thousands per day. A large scale radiological dispersal device in the centre of London, there could be 100,000 people that want monitoring. And so, yeah, that's going to be weeks of monitoring people. We have it set up in 4 stages. We have an initial triage. We then are looking for external contamination. From that, we'll make decisions over decontamination, or the individual doesn't have contamination, and we can send them off home at that point. If they do have contamination, they'll be decontaminated, and we'll then check them for internal contamination. And then we have a final stage, which is the dispersal. So if they have received any contamination or any internal contamination, they'll be given certain advice and as to where to go and how to get further information. We try and use defensible limits throughout, so IEA documentations. I know oils were mentioned earlier. We certainly use those for external contamination. And we rely on all the publications and the TMT handbook and anything like that. Defensible, so again, you're pre-preparing, you've made decisions, and it reduces the uncertainty in those early stages. The people who are deploying out to these events, they don't want to have to do any thinking. They just want to be able to say, right, you've been monitored, you've hit this level, you do this. You don't want to go, well, yeah. Uncertainty with the monitors is not a good thing. It makes people start to panic even more than they are. So what does it look like? The first stage is this external triage. We use these portals. So you can see here, we use them in a walkthrough mode. So it is literally just walkthrough. It's a half-second monitoring. We've calibrated them. We've using MCMP modeling and also with a BOMAP phantom bolted together and dragged through, and not much fun. And it should give us about 37 kilobecquerel for cesium equivalents in terms of external contamination. We can do it in dwell mode, and so you can get to lower detection limits, but it then becomes slightly more difficult because getting people to stop in the portal and wait for the alarms to go off is never a good thing. We don't have any alarms set because when things start beeping, again, people start to get quite anxious, and we really don't want that. So the operators look at the number. If it hits the trigger level, they make the decision and say, too high, you go for decontamination. Okay, you go to the next stage. And it's a simple binary choice. Yeah. You can see on the floor, we have coverings. So these are just plastic coverings. Again, we're trying to protect the venue. We're also trying to give, with these red pathways, just an indication of the most traveled path. If it's red, it's likely to be an area where it could get contaminated. And so these are removable flooring. And we'll have constant monitoring in there to protect both the staff and to protect the venue and the equipment. You can't quite make it out, but these detectors, we wrap cling film around because just rubbing off the sides of coats and things will contaminate it quite quickly, and just the cling film gives us that option. You can see the staff wearing Tyveks. We had a long debate about masks, but these pictures were taken during the time of COVID, and masks are now a lot more acceptable in a public place. And so if you come across somebody wearing a mask, you're not going to run away. You'll go, it's just a mask, I can live with that. Because we want to be very careful about protecting the staff that are working in here. You can see this table here. This is when people first come in, they're going to reception, they're going to be, this will be local authority, this will be volunteers manning this desk. They don't know a huge amount about radiation, and so we want to protect them as much as we can from any loose contamination that could be there. So the masks just gives them a little bit more confidence that we're looking after them. So you can see the grilled section on here. Our portals have been specially designed so they can be utilized for beta as well as gamma. It's not as effective because it's quite a distance away, but at least gives us some capability for a beta-only event. And again, we have the calibrations for that. They're a little bit more uncertain, but it's reasonably effective. One thing we're looking at prior to that is just having a portal outside of the building, because one thing we don't want is the very contaminated people coming into the facility and contaminating it for everybody else. So we're starting to look at the possibility of having an external portable one set up. This one will have an alarm on, and if you trigger that, you go to decontamination without being registered into the facility, because we don't want those contaminating everything. We haven't worked out the concept of operations for that yet, but hopefully in the next 6 to 12 months, it's a route we're going to go down. So we've been through the portal. You may have been for decontamination, you may not have been, but because the portal is only looking at grossly at your external contamination, we now want to look to see if you've got anything in all the places where you may have touched things. So feet, quite a few people will lean against walls, so arms. If there is stuff coming down from above, so you're still in the plume, top of the head, buttocks, because people like to sit on things, hands, elbows, all those sorts of things. And again, working with the oils at the same trigger levels, we're looking for these individual spots. And if you do have any, again, we'll send you for decontamination. This takes quite a lot of time when you're doing the handheld. For beta gamma, a couple of minutes is okay. But for alpha, we're talking about 5 minutes. You have to be so careful and slow, otherwise you could well miss it. And with the alpha, we really want to find it. And so you can see this facility here. So we had 2 portals, but we then had 5 stations here to try and match and maintain the throughput of the facility, because you don't want people queuing up, because the more they queue up and they stand around, again, anxiety and annoyance goes with it. And again, the entire facility was floored with plastic coverings. So again, we can do very quick decontamination if we find it, and to protect the venue. So we're now in a situation where everybody has been assessed for external contamination. And this is where it's more interesting for me, because I do internal dosimetry. We're now looking at the internal effects. So we have to ensure that everybody has been decontaminated. Anybody who hasn't had any contamination at stage 1 or 2, they don't have to go through here. We'll assume that they don't have internal contamination because they've not had external contamination. Conversely, if you have had any positive results, we'll assume that you have possibly got some internal contamination. And so we do it in 2 stages. We have this one, the system here, and it can be used either for thyroid monitoring, so 10 centimeters from the throat. It's a 20-second count, and it should be able to get down, we estimate, to about 2 millisieverts dose in the thyroid. Or we can put it into, aim for the center of mass, and we'll do it at, again, 20 centimeters and trying to get down to about the same amount for a whole body dose. We use 2 millisieverts because we conservatively use the adult at 20 millisieverts, but take 10% of that for children. And so then we don't have to do any thinking. If you hit the trigger level, we know you need to go on to the next stage. These systems, again, have been calibrated using MCMP and also with physical phantoms. And so we're reasonably content with the system. With the thyroid, we know that because these are quite large sodium iodide crystals, we get a very high count rate as you're getting up to 2 and higher dose rates. And so we have a second calibration because we can overload the detector to step back and do it at contact to start with, and at 10 centimeters. So at 10 centimeters, the dose rate will be significant, so the count rate will be significantly lower, and we can get a better calibration on that. So once somebody has been through here, we've seen that they've either exceeded the 2 millisieverts. If they have, we'll then use a high purity germanium detector to get a much more effective, accurate assessment of their internal contamination. If they're under 2 millisieverts, we deem that it's appropriate to send them home without any further monitoring, but hopefully they will go and see their medical professionals and get suitable advice as and when they need it. So we use the high purity germanium. We have a number of these. We're counting for 5 minutes. And so as we're not expecting a huge number of people to get through to this stage, we're hoping that less than 5% will have an internal contamination, and a lot less than that will have anything above 2 millisieverts. We believe we have enough capacity at this stage, and this will give us a very accurate, because we can give nucleotide specific and we can give accurate assessment of activity. And it's also useful if you don't have a single nucleotide. So when you're getting to mixtures, trying to do a dose assessment without an accurate understanding of the activity of all the nucleotides that are present is now impossible. And in the UK, we have a subtlety in that I'm not a medical professional, and only medical professionals can give medical advice and information. And a dose is deemed to be medical information, and so it can only be provided by your doctor. And so we don't provide any dose or any information about exactly how much contamination or dose people could have accrued. We just tell them what to do next. And if they do need to see their doctor, hopefully the information about their dose will have reached the doctor before they get there. And it generally works well. If you've had an internal contamination, we will also ask people to provide a urine sample. We'd like a 24-hour, but persuading the public under these circumstances to give a 24-hour sample is quite difficult. You often forget to do every voiding and so forth. And some people will be producing 5 litres and others half a litre. So we'd try and aim for a 1 litre sample. And under most circumstances, to do the bioassay on these, 1 litre will suffice. And we have a creatinine methodology, which then will be able to scale up from the sample provided to a full 24-hour sample. And so that then fits quite nicely into the dosimetry models that we use. One thing about the sort of stage 3 is it could be decoupled entirely from the stage 1 and 2. So if you have a facility and it's not big enough to have everything, you do the stage 1 and 2, and then everybody coming out of that has been decontaminated or doesn't have any external contamination. You can provide them with a urine bottle and say, come back 24 hours to this venue where we'll do the internal contamination assessment. If they have had very high external contamination, other decisions will have been made. So if they're going to be hitting, we would estimate 200 millisieverts external, possibly internal, they would be fast-tracked through the system. They would get an internal assessment. They would go to hospital. But by decoupling the two, you then have the ability of making it easier to collect the urine samples, because if you give somebody a bottle and then say, bring it back tomorrow, they may not, but if you say, bring it back tomorrow and come and get monitored, they probably will. So stage 4, we're looking at, this is dispersal back into the home. Up till now, it's deemed to be a controlled radiation area or supervised radiation area. And as such, there's no eating, there's no drinking, because we don't want to exacerbate any internal contamination. So nobody's had a cup of coffee yet, and so they've all turned up. They're a bit anxious. So at this point, lots of volunteer services, and they'll be offering tea and coffee, minor medical support, and all the sorts of things you need, an arm around the shoulder, say it's all good. They'll also be provided with suitable documentation so they understand what has gone on in terms of you've been contaminated with radiation. This is what this means. You've been monitored. You've had no radiation. Happy days. Or you've been monitored and you've had radiation. This is what we advise you to do. We're not telling anybody they should. We're just going to advise. Again, the public at times can make very interesting decisions about what they choose to do. And one of the areas we're exploring is the use of mobile phones. So when you go for decontamination, the idea is you disrobe, and I'm going to show you some pictures of it in a minute. Everything goes into a bag, including your personal effects. In discussing with some radiation professionals, if I was to take their mobile phone off them and put it in that bag and not give it back to them, their choice would be not to be decontaminated. They would choose to run away because they want to keep their phone. It's become such an integral part of their life. So again, those sorts of things we need to think about. How do we maintain people's personal effects through the system when they're going to be losing all their clothes and possibly all their belongings, but the mobile phone is too critical to lose? It's fairly easy to decontaminate, but whilst you're in a shower, for instance, what happens with a mobile phone? I don't want to take mine in the shower. At this stage, if individuals have had significant contamination or any internal contamination, we really want to know all the details we can, because that will make any dose assessment we do a lot easier. So gender, age, etc. And also being able to link that individual to their health record so it goes to the right doctor is quite critical. So as you can see there, we've got a selection of people just going through some forms, collecting data, etc. So up until now in the UK, we've been collecting all this data on paper, which it works, it's pretty foolproof, but it's quite difficult to manage this paperwork. Then if somebody is contaminated and you want to collect all their data together and get it back for the dose assessment, fax machines, that used to be the route. Nowadays, photographs and email it through. So I decided to put together an app. So I've just used Microsoft Power Apps. And this is just mimics the paperwork, but this data, when you press save down the bottom, is recorded and it goes into a database which is accessible by all the people at the emergency centre. So we come back to how quickly can you use the monitoring data. This gives us the ability to look at the use of people monitoring data to better inform decisions at some point. So GDPR, or the protection of personal data, is fairly critical. And so we don't want to collect a particularly large amount of people's data. We want to collect enough so that we can do a dose assessment. And then the reception center will be collecting more of the person's data. And then we just need to be able to link to that. The idea at the moment is that, as in most hospitals, when you go in for anything significant, you get a wristband with a QR code on and a number. And we have the ability here, so we can scan that barcode in, so it gives that ID for that individual. And so straight away, I don't need anybody's name. I just need to know their number. I know that's a bit dehumanizing, but it just makes, again, for the individuals doing the monitoring, you're not having to ask questions. You just scan the barcode, you put in the data. When you're happy with the data, you hit save, and then it'll give you a notification at the bottom of the screen as to what the decision is that you should be making. So it'll say, no contamination, go to the next stage, or go home, or you've got some contamination. And those messages, again, are based on the oils and the limits we've set. So the individual's not having to do any thinking, they're just reading off here saying, go to decontamination, so forth. So in terms of data manipulation, it is calculating doses in the field, but it's not displaying those doses. It is purely showing if you've exceeded a threshold. So again, there is no possibility of the monitors giving out inappropriate information. I know, because if I was to tell my wife, you've got 3 millisieverts, she would go 3 wattosieverts. It's the public are not going to understand the language we use, hence the medical professionals giving that information only. But the calculations we're using, some of you will be aware of Taurus, so that's the tool we're using, and IMBA before that. We're using default settings in the for the calculations I've put in terms of its inhalation, its normal breathing rates. It's a 5 micrometer AMAD. Lung solubility, irrespective of the nuclide, would tend to be M, and for an adult. By having an electronic collection, if somebody exceeds our estimated 2 millisieverts, an email is automatically sent to the dose assessment team, and they can access all the data that's been collected, so both the external and the internal contamination results. And then they can start using the more information that's been gathered as the incident progresses in terms of the radionuclide, the solubility, the chemical forms, and also look at the gender and age, which are more, those sorts of bits of information do change the dose assessment. So, yeah. So just a quick bit about decontamination. In the UK, we have a standard for any contamination event. So this is C, B, or R, possibly N. And it's remove, remove, remove. This is very much a run away, take off any contamination that could be with you, on you, and when you get home, have a good shower. And that will reduce the dose or the contamination or the effects of it as much as possible without any input from the government. It does have draws back because you're telling people to run away from an event and go home, so you could be spreading contamination, but by reducing the dose to the public, that's our main aim. And so you've got to balance the risks in this. And it also may be difficult then to corral the people that you really want to get decontaminated professionally before they get home. But it's deemed to be a good risk to take in terms of reduce the dose as quick as possible by doing these. And then we have the various methods for decontamination. We can do a little bit of individual or body decontamination. I worked on this with the military a number of years ago. When you're standing in that queue waiting for monitoring, it's useful to have something to do. So if you can get some wipes and just clean off the face of the person next to you or your family, it keeps you occupied. It stops you necessarily thinking about things. So again, coming back to the managing anxiety, giving people things to do. It's not easy to do because you have to have people telling them what to do and bags for the waste, etc. But it's a good possibility. And then we go into mass decontamination in the UK. This is run by our fire service, and they turn up with a facility which is it's a big shower setup. It can deal with up to 1,500 people. It's bunded so that any wastewater is collected, and it take about 11 cubic meters of wastewater. And it provides clothes for people to change into. So you take off everything, it's bagged up, you shower, and you come out in a boiler suit of some description. It's quite effective, but not 100%. And after going through decontamination, everybody would go back in to the stage 2 for a second monitoring to make sure the decontamination is effective. You'll only ever do 2 rounds of decontamination. After you've had 2 rounds of decontamination, it's really not worth it anymore. It's likely to be fixed. So just very quickly, the utilization of the data. We know that urban models are quite like to use a nice cone. And I've seen many models of these, and I know they don't work very well. As soon as you do computational fluid dynamics in cities and things, you know that it flukes around buildings and all sorts of stuff. And so from electronic collection of the data, we then have the ability to add in, where were you when you were contaminated? And then that allows people to redirect where they're going to collect people from, looking for these contaminated people. And so very simply, event was here, the wind was that direction, but it was fluking around buildings and actually went that way because we know these people weren't contaminated, these were highly contaminated, and these were less. And so you can see, well, we'll go to that neighborhood and suggest people come for monitoring because they could be more contaminated and need that monitoring. And I'll leave that up there and ask for any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Matt. I think if you don't mind, in the interest of time, we'll probably just say if people have questions, I'm sure there are plenty. I talked to Matt at lunchtime, but so fantastic. Thank you very much again. So I'm very happy now to introduce the next speaker, who I'm sure is known to almost everybody here, if not everybody, Maria Antonia Lopez from CIEMAT in Spain. And Maria Antonia is now going to talk a little bit more on some of the EURADOS developments on emergency internal dosimetry. So thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Liz. So the motivation of all the EURADOS developments on emergency internal dosimetry comes from the strategic research agenda, Vision 3 towards an efficient dose assessment in case of radiological emergency, Challenge 1 to quantify doses from internal emitters after accidents. So we focused on 4 main topics: the improvements of in vivo monitoring techniques for adults and children, wound intakes, calibration, monitoring, dosimetry, and clinical management, rapid in vitro emergency biopsy method, especially for actinides and strontium 90, and to try to link internal dosimetry with biological dosimetry in cases of accidental intakes of radionuclides. So let's start with the EURADOS survey carried out on 2012 using and collecting monitoring data in Europe from foreigners that were exposed in Japan during just after the accident of nuclear power plant Fukushima Daiichi. So as you can see here, we could able to collect in vivo data from European citizens with identification and quantification of short-lived radionuclides, iodine 131, 32, and tellurine, and several months later also isotope of cesium. So lesson learned of this survey was the need to improve in vivo monitoring data for children. So first attempt in this was the Catimara project, chaired by our Working Group 7 chair, David Brojo, and dealing with child and adult thyroid monitoring after reactor accident, with two important outcomes: technical recommendation and guidelines on thyroid monitoring of population, and dose assessment of radioiodine in the thyroid after a nuclear accident. So age-dependent phantom for thyroid calibration was fabricated by ACK Sen. It was used for calibration and intercomparison using mobile units and portable devices, spectrometry and non-spectrometry equipment. So some technical recommendations after the project are presented here. So it's recommended to perform iodine measurement in thyroid from 1 to 7 days after incorporation, assuming inhalation in the initial phase of the nuclear accident, to perform measurement with germanium detector for at least a representative critical group of exposed population to identify all the isotopes incorporated, especially the short-lived radionuclides, to use the dose content function dependent with age for dose assessment using monitoring data, to promote intercomparison exercises and nuclear energy panels, to promote citizen participants in thyroid measurement, to provide detection equipment, training tools, and databases to access for recording results, and to initiate constructive dialogues with members of civil society. All the reports of this Catimara project are available in this website. So after Catimara, we started a new project already mentioned by Wolfgang Raskog, who was the chair of Confidence Project, coping with uncertainties for improved modeling and decision-making in nuclear emergency, where package 2 was managed by EURADOS. Clemens Buda was the coordinator. And the strategy was already presented from environmental monitoring data. We identified a potentially affected population group, and using the software described by Wolfgang, they were able to calculate some doses to identify the really critical exposed type subgroup, and then the measurements are performed for this critical group. So as recommended in Catimara, the calculation of dose per content function dependent with age is the best tool for those assessments. And this quantity allows directly relates the measured iodine 131 activity in the thyroid at the time of after the intake with a committed absorbed dose in the thyroid at 30 days from a single intake of iodine. It means this is the dose, this is the measurement, and this is the dose content function for an age group. And as you can see in the slides, all the dose per content function were developed in Catimara and in Confidence for all the age groups. Correction of iodine 131 must be done in case of intake of short-lived radioiodines and telluron 132. So in Confidence, it was developed an app, a software to be used by smartphones and tablets for dose assessment using the dose per content already available. Input data is the time of intake, location of the person, birth date, sex, counting dates, and the activity of iodine 131 and 132 in the thyroid. Then the monitoring data are collected in the software. And finally, we obtain the thyroid absorbed dose 30 days after the intake, the live dose in the thyroid, and finally also the effective dose. So this iDose software is also available through the website. If you are interested, I can provide you the reference. So after the confidence project, we just finished the IVIC project. It's a European in vivo counting intercomparison exercise. It was organized by ISN, BFS, and EURADOS. And we counted with the participation of 41 whole body counters in Europe, whole body, yes, from 21 countries, 18 from European Union. So the aim was to compare the results of whole body counter using different detector systems, counting geometries, calibration functions, etc. And it's important for the preparedness for cross-border collaboration in emergency. So the project consisted in the transport of this brick phantom representing an homogeneous internal contamination of an adult man in different intake scenarios. So the whole body counter had to perform measurement for identification and quantification in task 1 of cobalt-60, barium 133, and cesium 137. In a task 2 called emergency scenario, they had to identify and quantify cesium 131 and 37. Task 3 medicine, they had to deal with this the germanium 68 and the yttrium 88. And finally, in task 4, just for high purity germanium detectors, they had to use barium and europium with all the multi-peaks that imply. So as conclusion, the good results in almost all the cases. So Europe is in really good shape for monitoring internal gamma emitters distributed in total body. You can see here the results in the acceptance level, and only 3 labs were out of this criteria for the cobalt-60. And this was, there were very good results using sodium iodide detectors, germanium detectors, calibrating with brick phantoms, bottle phantoms for labs who were already accredited or not accredited. And next step in EURADOS will be to proceed with children monitoring. We are working and thinking how to organize a similar exercise for children. So currently in EURADOS Working Group 7 task group on emergency for internal dosimetry for emergency, we are comparing different available age-dependent thyroid phantom for calibration. You can see this is the IRSN phantom, 2 lobes, a very realistic thyroid simulation. This is the ANSI-type calibration phantom, just 1 lobe, 1 hole for the vial simulating the thyroid. This is from CMR, this is from pseudo, different set of 3 different phantoms. And there's a different approach, just 1 neck phantom and different holes to simulate, depending on the overlaid tissue, the age-dependent calibration, and this is the Japanese prototype. So we organize an exercise at CMR whole body counter, so we compare the counting efficiency using all these phantoms, but with the same detector, and some colleagues from SCK and from Suro came to CMR to perform themselves the measurement. So this is the 7 laboratories who participated. They use barium 133 or barium cesium to simulate the emission of iodine 131. So the final result is that for the adult male, this is the counting efficiency. There is not big differences using the different phantoms. The most efficient phantom was found the IRSN1. This is for the adult man with a distance of 10 centimeters from the phantom to the detector. And in case of the 5-year-old child, also the IRSN has a great efficiency, a great response comparing with the other participants. So we focus also on an important intake scenario that is the contamination through wounds, because we think it's a gap in many routine procedures and also in case of special monitoring when happened as an incident or of course also in case of accident. So we focus in two aspects. First, calibration, and there is no reference calibration for wound monitoring, but some effort, for example, from IRSN, Didier Frank and Tiffany Beaumont have constructed this wound phantom that was distributed in an activity within Working Group 7 in EURADOS with 19 participants, participating laboratories, and the phantoms are composed of 10 tissue equivalent plates with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a thickness of 0.2 centimeters. So we organized an exercise. First, we provided the calibration phantom with non-radioactive radionuclides and non amount of these radionuclides for calibration using 8 different depths from the top to the bottom. Then each laboratory had to perform measurement with a second phantom to identify and quantify the radionuclides, and the source or the depth of the source is known. And finally, the laboratory had to perform the exercise for identification and quantification with no information on the location of the source. But this is an important challenge. Also related with wound contamination, there is currently running a project together with the WHO REMPAN network with the participation of 21 members from US, France, Spain, Canada, Brazil, and Czech Republic. And EURADOS report, we have finalized the draft. We think we will be able to publish by the end of the year. And in case of monitoring dosimetry and clinical management on internal contamination through wounds, to say that the management of wound cases is, of course, always case-specific, but general procedures are recommended. For example, rapid response on wound decontamination, excision of tissues and chelation therapy, to use the ISO 20031, which provides guidelines on the monitoring and dosimetry in case of wound contamination, to use the clinical decision guidance quantity proposed by INCRP report 161 to assist in making treatment decisions for individuals who have had radionuclide intakes. So after the wound contamination, is necessary to perform direct measurement on the local activity retained in the wound site. Also in vitro and in vivo biopsy to determine systemic contamination, and interpretation of this monitoring data for those assessments. So there are two approaches. A general approach is to use the injection models, assuming direct uptake into the blood, but this, I think, only justify in case of highly soluble compounds. But you can do also some more detailed dose evaluation using the available NCRP 156 model. This is a bioclinic model for radionuclide contaminated wounds. And in case of DTPA therapy, you need also a DTPA therapy model to interpret the monitoring data that were affected by the chelation therapy. So to perform this dose evaluation, we have different software. The VARSkin code allows to perform dose assessment for local dose to tissue surrounding the injured skin, and also committed organ effective dose. The INVAS software permits to perform dose evaluation through injection, but also using the NCRP 156 model, the same, the Taurus mentioned already, and the IDES software developed by Luis Bertelli, and the IDOS developed by Gadri Miller. And apart from in vivo monitoring and wound contamination, we also put the focus on the problem of alpha emitters and strontium-90 incorporation because normally in routine they take a long time to obtain results. It's not feasible in case of emergency. So we're starting a EURADOS study on a screening and rapid in vitro emergency bioassay methods for alpha emitters, actinides and strontium to review the methods with sensitivity enough to meet the requirements for emergency bioassay in typical nuclear accidents. So the challenges are the measurement of large number of biological sample, radiochemistry processes and sample turnaround should be shortened, and to involve in vitro and non-in vitro labs will be very convenient in an emergency network. So a EURADOS guidance report is in process. We will provide guidelines and technical recommendation. And first, we describe the bioassay monitoring type of sample and technique, then the screening methods and rapid methods that fit well in emergency scenario, current international recommendation, lesson learned from real emergency situation, and finally, technical recommendation and guidelines. And to finish my presentation, I would like to mention a new challenge that is the collaboration with Working Group 10, Liz Ainsbury and her colleagues regarding the application of biological dosimetry methods in case of internal exposure. This is a technique that is very well appreciated in case of external exposure, but in case of internal means complicated interpretation. So we performed a EURADOS review in 2020 was published about the use before on different intake scenarios, the use of biological dosimetry, and also to compare with the dose assessment to internal dosimetry using biokinetic models and monitoring data. And we organized, as was mentioned yesterday, the EURADOS workshop during the European Radiation Protection Week. So the induction of chromosome aberrations have been observed in peripheral blood lymphocytes of subjects internally contaminated, but this is possible to derive a minimum estimate of radiation doses of the incorporated radionuclides. The challenges are to identify scenarios of intakes where biodosimetry and EPR methods may be applied, to identify calibration methods for generating calibration curves to be used for internal emitters, and to develop well-defined studies under controlled situation. So the best case scenario are radionuclides with rapid absorption to the blood after incorporation and homogeneous distribution of the contaminants inside the body. And we identify 3 publications that could be useful to learn on this matter. First is the contamination of treated water of 2 individuals. Committed effective dose is obtained from the measurement of tritium in urine samples, and cytogenetic dosimetry using in vivo calibration curves mixing tritium with lymphocytes provided a good calibration because the results show a good agreement of dysenteric and fish with the committed effective dose in one of the contaminated individuals. Decision 137, the case study of Goiânia, we also review all the information that is available, but the problem here is the high influence of external exposure. But there was agreement only a few cases of cytogenetic dosimetry compared with the committed effective dose calculated from measurement of total body data. Finally, another intake scenario that can be of interest is the therapy of patients with differentiated thyroid carcinoma, receiving radioiodine treatments for the ablation of remnant tissue after thyroidectomy. The uptake of iodine in the thyroid is very low, and in this case, we can consider homogeneous distribution of whole body internal radiation. Okay, as conclusion, EURADOS action on internal dosimetry for emergency resulted in improvement on in vivo monitoring techniques for adults and children in case of measurement of radioiodine in thyroid and gamma emitters in total body. We also identify procedure on calibration monitoring, dosimetry, and clinical management in case of wound contamination. We will provide guidance on rapid and screening methods of in vitro bioassay for alpha emitters and in case of strontium-90 intakes. And finally, we are in process to understand better with the ongoing study on the application of biological dosimetry techniques in case of accidental intakes of radionuclides. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Maria Antonia. Fantastic as always. Very nice and clear and lovely to hear about our collaboration. Everybody else to hear about our collaboration. So we do have a couple of minutes for questions, if there are any from the audience. One over here. Oh yeah, I'll bring you this.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Do you think that in the future, perhaps biological dosimetry could be applied for alpha emitters, internal contamination also?
We are looking for radionuclides that are absorbed and have a rapid distribution in total body. And we identify more this trission or scission or even this patient with no thyroid. So in case of alpha emitters, it's difficult. It's really difficult to identify those cases because in general it's inhomogeneous distribution, especially in case of insoluble material, they remain in the entrance and then it takes a lot of time to be absorbed and to be distributed in the body. So it's not the best scenario. Okay.
Any more questions in the room? Otherwise, just to sort of say, I mean, it's fantastic to see all the work that EURADOS is doing in this very important space. I mean, none of the things that we're talking about today are easy, but I think, you know, particularly in the case of contaminated wounds, for example, there aren't that many people really with the expertise to help out in such scenarios around the world. So brilliant to have, you know, so many of us together under EURADOS.
It's a collaboration, especially with some colleagues who are here from USPR and Los Alamos, and I want to thank them for their work.
Brilliant. Well, then we'll say thank you very much again, Maria Antonia. Brilliant.
It is my great pleasure to introduce the next and the last speaker during this session. It's Liz Ainsbury from UK Health Security Agency, and she's going to talk about biological and physical retrospective dosimetry. It's your time.
Thank you, Anna. So yes, hello, me again. We've heard quite a bit already this morning. It's a very nice introduction to what ionizing radiation does to the body, and already heard a couple of times mentioned the concept of chromosome aberrations, for example. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more now about what we do, what biological and physical retrospective dosimetry are, and why we need them, what we can do. So, as we've already heard, you know, when we have one or several or indeed hundreds of thousands of potentially exposed individuals, there are a number of different ways that we might get an indication of the dose. And this slide is by no means supposed to represent all of the different methods that you're hearing about today, but just to give some ideas. So when an accident or an incident occurs in an occupational setting, certainly people who are working with ionizing radiation will most of the time be wearing a TLD badge. And so if something goes wrong, you can tell that something's gone wrong. That's, of course, assuming that the badge has gone where the person has gone. So the problem with TLD badges is that people leave them outside when they're going into a facility, or they leave them in the facility and go outside and switch the beam on, all sorts of things like that. So quite frequently when we do biodosimetry in these cases, we find in the end, that's what's happened. The badge has got a dose, but the person hasn't. When we have high dose exposure scenarios, so a real sort of situation of several grays, one gray or above, then we would start generally to see clinical signs and symptoms. So things like the individual's vomiting, we can do differential blood cell counting, and these are good indications that an individual is going to have a very severe form or one of the forms of acute radiation syndrome. The problem is that there's an intermediate region whereby individuals can be exposed to a relatively high dose. So some people, you wouldn't see any initial clinical signs and symptoms even at 1 or 2 gray, but they could have quite severe consequences later on. So as you've heard very nicely already, we need to identify the people who have been exposed. And particularly in a large case scenario, not potentially large numbers of individuals, our capacity to deal with these people at the clinical level is relatively limited. So we need to quite quickly decide, and as Matt's already talked a little bit about, who needs more urgent medical care and who can go home or we can deal with you later. So this is where biological dosimetry comes in. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of these things. I won't dwell on the details of the introduction here. We've heard a bit already about what ionizing radiation does, but the most important point here is that we've got a really good background understanding of what ionizing radiation does in the body at the physical, biochemical and cellular levels. So the example here is for 1 gray of X-rays incident on a lymphocyte, we would see about 100,000 ionizations in the cell nucleus, for example. This would translate then through at the biochemical level to around 35 double-strand breaks. And at the cellular level, this will end up as about 0.1 dicentrics or micronuclei, and I'll tell you a bit more about what those are in a minute, per cell. So we've got lots and lots of good understanding about this, at least for some types of radiations. So again, Isabel nicely showed a similar slide, so I'll just go through this quickly. It's saying the same thing again in a slightly different way. We know a lot about what happens at the very early stage, those initial ionizations through to the chromosome aberrations within a few hours and other things, and then through to later effects, cancer, cardiovascular disease, cataracts, for example. And all in the boxes there are some of the different things that we have experience of measuring at these different stages. So the things listed on here are things that we use or have used, but there are lots of other candidates. So I'm not expecting anybody to be able to see the details on this slide, but it's a very good reference if you want to go and have a look. These are some of the potential methods that have been proposed for use in what we call molecular epidemiology. So that's taking a blood sample from somebody and looking at the chromosome aberrations and then following them up over a long period of time to see for those individuals exposed to radiation, what diseases do they get over and above what you would expect in the background population. So, lots of candidate markers, things that we might be able to use for biodosimetry. So this is a very active field in terms of our biological understanding and lots of development. It's all very exciting. Okay, so before we talk any more about the details of retrospective dosimetry, I just wanted to introduce the concept of the ideal dosimeter. This is something that we've sort of talked around a little bit this morning, but so I think it's quite useful to consider this. When we want to measure whether somebody has been exposed to radiation or get an indication of that, we want something that's specific to radiation. Goes without saying, something that only radiation does that we can measure. Something that's got a low background, doesn't change between different individuals, is easy to set up a calibration for. It's very important. It lasts a long time, so you don't have to measure it on the same day, but you can look even weeks, months, years afterwards. It should be easy and cheap and fast, and you can train people. So, lots of things that we would like. And in addition, this last one on the right-hand side of the slide there is very important. So we would like something that not only tells us what dose the individual has been exposed to, but what that means for the exposed individual in the short and long term. Those of you that know anything about this, who are sitting in the audience, will know that we do not have any single dosimeter that is going to tick all of these boxes, that's going to do all of those things. But what we do have, and again, It's very small on the slide, my apologies, but the idea is not to look at the details, but rather than to show you that we have a large number of different techniques listed down on the left-hand side of the slide here, which are suitable for different tissues, can be used at different times post-exposure, can be used in different exposure scenarios with different dose regions, different sensitivity specificities, and also different levels of development. So some of these techniques, the dicentric, I think the observation that number of dicentrics increases in some manner proportional to dose was first made in about the late 1960s. So we know a lot about the dicentric assay. Indeed, we have our International Atomic Energy Agency manual on how to do cytogenetic dosimetry, our Bible, if you like, and several ISO standards just devoted to this one method for different scenarios. But others of the methods are much newer, much more in development. And EURADOS Working Group 10 and the colleagues that we work with around the world work on sort of all these different methods, but also on the combination of those methods, what they can tell us when you put the different assays together. Okay, so for retrospective dosimetry, it's relatively simple, the concept, as demonstrated here. So we have one person, or we have lots of people who might have been exposed to ionizing radiation. Now, an important point here is that it would be very rare for biological dosimetry to be used on its own. Actually, of course, as Matt and others have nicely shown, what we do in an emergency is use lots of different ways of trying to estimate doses. So this is one of the potential tools that we can apply to help us understand, in the first phase of the incident at least, who needs to go to hospital now and who can go home for now. So we've got to identify some potentially exposed individuals, and then we take a sample from them. Now, because it's my area of expertise, most of what I'll talk about today will be about the blood dosimetry, so biological dosimetry as we call it, but I'll also talk a little bit about EPR, OSL, TL. So we can take blood easily enough. It's into a standard tube that any clinician would have. The ambulance first responders have them. They send them to us and we do what we need to do. But we can also now take samples of various different types of materials. So mobile phone, aluminium oxide chips or glass from the glasses, watch screens, all sorts of other things, fabrics. There's lots of development going on in this area. So what we're trying to do here is build up a picture not only of total whole body estimated dose, but also if materials are in different regions, then the dose to the head might be different to the dose to the feet. So we get the different materials. So we take a sample, we measure the radiation induced signal in the sample. More on that coming. And then we have already prepared a nice calibration curve. So we need the exposure to be to a type of radiation for which we've already done this. So we compare the result, a yield of aberrations, for example, against a dose, and this will give us an estimate of the dose, but also, of course, of the uncertainty as well. And as I've already said, this will be one of the tools to help inform clinical treatment. So Isabel nicely already showed what a dicentric is. The idea is very simple. So you have ionizing radiation passing through the cells, and these are very beautifully drawn chromosomes here. There's some breaks in the chromosomes. What's supposed to happen is the blue bit sticks back on the blue bit and the red bit sticks back on the red bit. And that's what happens most of the time. Our body is pretty good at fixing these things, at least in sort of lower dose regions. But if these are fairly close together, we can get incorrect repair. So you get these ends sticking together and you end up with a chromosome that goes through replication to have 2 centromeres, a dicentric. And we also see tricentrics, quadricentrics, so 3 or 4 or even sometimes more chromosomes, when we get a lot of damage with higher LET radiations, for example. So I said this has been around for a number of years. So we take our blood, we culture it. So those of you that have done biology or maybe remember back to your biology that you did at school, most of the time in your cells, the DNA, the chromosomes are bunched up together. So if you look at them down a microscope, you can't really see anything. But very nicely for us, when you get to metaphase, which is just before the chromosomes start to line up to go through cell division, they spread out beautifully. So we can look down an ordinary light microscope and we can look at the chromosomes and we can see, I don't know whether you can see that, but there's a very nice clear chromosome with 2 centromeres here, a dicentric and the little acentric fragment, as we call it, at the side there. So we get the blood from the exposed individual, we culture them to get them to metaphase, which is where we can see them, and then we do all of this, and my colleagues who do this in the audience are sitting and thinking there's a huge amount of work here in sort of 3 or 4 words. It takes quite a lot of time, it's quite a skilled thing to do, but in the end we get to the point where we can count the number of dicentrics in the number of cells, and this gives us an indication of the dose. And we can also use the micronucleus assay. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So one of the great things about the dicentric assay is that it's relatively easy to calibrate. When you have higher LET radiation, so neutrons is the example here, we have a linear relationship, because there's lots of energy, as Isabel nicely showed, deposited all along the track of the radiation, a linear relationship between yield of dicentrics and dose. For the lower LET radiations, it's a linear quadratic relationship. So we can expose tubes of blood to known doses in controlled, calibrated settings, and we can make these calibration curves for different types of radiations, and we can be ready to use our methods. We used to have to do this all manually. One of the great advances in recent years is this automatic dicentric hunting. So we can use software that will look for the dicentrics for us, pull them out to the top of the side here. So that's a slide with a spot of blood spread out on it, and the green dots are all the cells. So we spread them out here, and then all the trained scorer has to do is say whether the software has got it right or not. So the software is not quite as good as the human eye, so we tend to score more cells than we would if we were just doing it by eye, but it's pretty good. So if we want to do triage, if we want to say very quickly or as quickly as we can whether someone goes to hospital or goes home, we can do that for X-rays, for example, plus or minus about 1 gray, plus or minus about 0.5 gray. So in the UK and much of Europe, 1 gray would be our kind of action level for go to hospital first, go to the front of the queue, or go home. So, do that. So that in manual scoring, to get, because we're counting small numbers of things, small numbers of aberrations in large numbers of cells, in order to get enough data, we need to count 500 or about 1,000 cells. It's driven by Poisson statistics. So it takes actually 10 hours or so for a trained scorer. That's not somebody new, that's someone who's been doing this for a few years, a good amount of time, to get enough data to give a dose estimate for something that's plus or minus 100 milligray or so. So we can talk about the uncertainties a bit later. But in this nice new or newish method of automated scoring, it's much faster. So instead of 50 cells in 1 hour, the scorer input is only about 2 minutes. So that's nice. Good. So the micronucleus assay is one of our other techniques that we use. Micronuclei, so you might have seen on the previous slide, we have to culture the cells a little bit longer, so they get to the point where you've got the separation of the nuclei. Those little acentric fragments, those little extra bits, and other bits of damaged chromosome, the cell doesn't know what to do with them. So they end up as these little micro extra nuclei. And unsurprisingly, the number of micronuclei is related to the radiation dose received. So in terms of scoring, it's much easier, it's much faster to count these little spots. We can use the fluorescence method. So how many of these are there? You don't have to be quite as good at spotting those dicentrics in those sometimes very overlapping chromosomes. The problem is that it's much less radiation specific. I've not said this yet, but I should have done. The background number of dicentrics in the population is round about 1 in 1,000. So if you see, and that's sort of plus or minus 1 for most people, if you see dicentrics over that number in your blood sample, that's a very good indication that an individual has had a radiation exposure. There's almost nothing else, 1 or 2 radiomimetic drugs, that can cause dysentery. So it's radiation specific. We can tick that box. Micronuclei, on the other hand, are not radiation specific. Lots of things cause them. Being female, for example, exposure to chemicals, all sorts of other things. So there's a lot more noise. So it is less stable. Less sensitive. It's also unstable. So the half-life of lymphocytes is on the order, it changes between the different types, but is on the order of 3 years. So after an individual is exposed to radiation, we can use these methods for up to about a year post-exposure, varying quite a lot depending on the dose and the type of radiation. But the signal fades. So after a year or 2, we're probably not going to see dysenterics or micronuclei. These cells have died, have been replaced by new cells. So another method is premature chromosome condensation. One of the downsides of these methods that I've talked about so far is that culturing step. So it does take 48 hours or more, or something like that, to get the cells to metaphase. But you can fool the cells into thinking it's time to go into metaphase. You can add chemicals or the various different methods to do this. And you get something that looks a little bit messy, but actually you can count the aberrations within a few hours if you use this method. So what I've talked about so far are not all, but many of our standard techniques that we use. The problem is that when we calibrate, we assume that a radiation emergency exposure is going to be acute, it's going to be whole body, it's going to be homogeneous, it's going to be from a known source. We've already got a calibration curve all ready to go, and it's going to be in the region where our methods work as well. Problem is that anybody that knows anything about radiation exposure will know that this doesn't happen. There's almost no scenario that you can think of where people would be exposed in this manner. Exposures are almost inhomogeneous. There's some form of gradient. So it's a problem. So we have other things that occur. So delayed blood sampling, how quickly can we get blood samples really? We have very high or low doses. So over about 5 gray, I should say, you get cell killing. So we can't count dysenterics because the cells are dead. They've all gone. We have internal radionuclides. We have lots of people. We have all sorts of things that mean that this is very difficult sometimes. So just for the example of non-uniform exposure, there is something that we can do. Again, it's quite fortuitous for us that this is based, the statistics are sort of generally driven by Poisson. So we can use the fact that the Poisson distribution only has one parameter, mean and variance are the same. So if we have a partial body exposure, you've got, say, half the body with no dysenterics, or maybe one, and half the body with a Poisson distribution of dysenterics. And we can use that fact and some quite simple maths to give us an indication of the partial body exposure. And this is important because these are the Poisson distributions, so numbers of dysenterics per cell and percentages of cells. If we count 0.3 dysenterics per cell overall, so in that 1,000 cell population, for example, that could be a whole body exposure of 2 gray, this is X-rays, I think, or a half body exposure of 5 gray. So as you're getting to hear this morning, that's going to be really different in terms of medical intervention, but also potential consequences for the exposed individual. So we need to know. Then there are some other methods that I'll go through relatively quickly. So fluorescence in situ hybridization is a really nice technique. What we do is we fluorescence stain some of the chromosomes or all of the chromosomes, or indeed some chromosome regions if you want to do so. It's not cheap, so this is our preferred method. And we look at swapping of chromosomal material. So you can see that this chromosome, the green one, and this one, the blue one, there's been a break and they've swapped over. So this bit has stuck to this one and this bit has stuck back to that one. So it thinks, as far as the cell is concerned, this is repair. This is a viable cell. So these translocations, the swapping of material, can be passed on into the daughter cells, into the next generations of lymphocytes. And indeed, we see that we have used this method in exposures of approximately 50 years old. So, you know, we can still count the aberrations and make a dose estimate. The uncertainties are larger the longer you go, but it does work. Lots of things can cause translocations as well. And because it's a stable aberration, you accumulate translocations over your whole life. So, you know, you can't look at translocations and say they were caused by radiation. But fortunately, we have a very good study that was published in 2008 on the age-related background. And it turns out that people are exposed to things things that cause translocations in a fairly uniform manner. So actually, we can apply an age correction to what we see, and then any extra translocations are the translocations caused by our radiation accident. Well, that's what we can assume. Then another method I'll just mention very briefly is the gamma H2AX marker. So this is a phosphorylated component of some scaffolding in the cell. This forms at the site of DNA double strand breaks, which is what ionizing radiation chiefly does. So you can count it's a fluorescence marker, you can count the spots, and as you see, more spots means more DNA damage, means more radiation. It's quite short-lived. The problem is that double strand breaks are repaired, the peak in repair is about 30 minutes post-exposure, and actually for most individuals, repair will be complete within about 24 hours. So you can only use this method if you can get a blood sample quickly. But in fact, we have used it. We've used it in a real life case in the UK where we were able to get samples quickly, and it's a fast technique too. So again, within a few hours, we were able to say there's no indication in this case that individuals had a high dose. So it's very reassuring for people. I won't talk about this in any detail other than to say that there are all sorts of other things, as I've already said, going on. So gene expression, changes in how genes are working within the body is quite a promising method. There's been a lot of work that's been done. This is from a recent publication that I was involved in as well, looking not only at individual genes, changes in individual genes in response to radiation, but panels of genes as well. So we hope that not only are we going to be able to understand something about the dose, but also the potential later effects for different types of individuals with this method. So watch this space. Okay, apologies, I'll probably skip that in the interest of time. So I've talked pretty much so far about the chromosome-based or DNA damage-based, blood-based biodosimetry. I want to say just a very few words about thermo or optically stimulated luminescence and EPR on the next slide. So these are techniques that look at those fortuitous materials that we mentioned, the things that people were carrying, but luckily for us, can hold the signal induced in them by the radiation. So we're talking about separation of electron hole pairs, and they get stuck in certain crystalline materials. So it works in salt and teeth and nails and chip cards and all sorts of brick dust as well has been used. So lots of potential techniques. So what you do is you stimulate recombination of the electron hole pairs, and then we can see the signal given off, the optically stimulated luminescence in that material as a result of that recombination. So it's how well it works, how long the signal persists for, how much background signal there might be, and all of these types of things, what color LEDs you need to use, vary a lot by the different materials. And I would say we're pretty good at this in mobile phones, but lots of other materials, lots of development ongoing, and lots of things that we need to do before we're really ready to use this in real life accident scenarios. It does work, as I said already, very nicely in resistors from mobile phones, and you can see a very nice relationship there between the absorbed dose and a sort of normalized count rate there. Okay. So just one more technique here, the electron paramagnetic resonance. So Very similar concept. The EPR then is instead measuring the concentration of free radicals with unpaired electrons in the sample that you've got. And the kit here is the sort of thing that lots of people have in labs. It's used for lots of different, in archaeology, for dating, all sorts of other things. So we have bits of kit like this all over the place, and it can be used for retrospective dosimetry as well. As I've already said, same for TL and OSL, the radicals persist sufficiently long only in a very few materials, so things like teeth and bones and fingernails, but also in these personal belongings. I wanted to mention this, even though it was published quite a while ago, but I think it's an important thing. So most of what I've talked about so far relies on a sample being collected in the field, but then being brought back to the laboratory for analysis. There are lots of people around the world working to remedy that, working to build something that would be field deployable. And this is just one example, but I quite like it. The pictures from the EURADOS 2008 meeting at Hanover at Dartmouth. And you know, the sensitivity of this is still being improved, still being worked on. But what they've got here is a bit of kit, a bit of EPR kit that goes in the back of a van, and they can use it for in vivo measurements on teeth. So very nice, get it in the van, get it out to the fields, take it to the RMU, for example, and then do your biological or physical retrospective dosimetry in the field. Okay, I'm nearly at the end, I promise. So I don't want to say too much about radiation accidents, rather to introduce you to the concepts around biological and physical retrospective dosimetry. But I do think it's important to note that when you have one individual, things are much simpler than when you have potentially thousands of exposed individuals and worried well individuals who want to know what dose they've had, as we've already heard. So as with everything that we do, the problem is that we are a small number of highly trained individuals in a small number of labs around the world. There are a number of things that have been developed to help deal with this. So if we do have a large-scale accident or incident, we are ready to respond with biological dosimetry. But the most important thing that we've done is networking. And that's absolutely what we do in EURADOS. But there are a number of different networks around the world. So RENEB, which is running the European Network of Biological and Physical Retrospective Dosimetry, possibly the most silly acronym ever, but anyway, it does the job. So lots of work on recent projects around development of methods, validation of methods, and testing, and then standardization, crucially. So if we have an incident in the UK and our capacity is overwhelmed, we can send samples to our colleagues around Europe, and they will give us the same dose as if we'd applied the methods ourselves. And that's a fantastic thing to be able to say. I'm happy to be able to say that, not with all the methods, but with very many of them. So this is RENEB, but also EURADOS Working Group 10, and there are lots of other networks as well that we are involved in. So this is a very important part of what we do in Working Group 10, but we also do development of the methods, as I've already said. So we had a very nice field test. I won't say much about it because there are some very good publications already in print, and at least 3 more, if not 4 more, coming this year. But we had a very high dose rate of radium-192 source in a field in Sweden with some phantoms, with lots of different types of samples from the different methods stuck on the phantoms. We also do training courses. So, for example, one of the very important things that we've done in recent years is for thermoluminescence. We've looked to standardize the analysis and the uncertainty estimation. So in the principles then of sharing best practice with the community, we ran a fantastic course on this on Monday, and we hope to do similar things again. And we also have workshops. So Maria Antonia has already mentioned our work on this, the joint work on whether we can use biological dosimetry in this case for internal dosimetry. Okay, I'm finished. So the most important things, if you've been sleeping, please wake up and just listen to this slide. The idea is that retrospective dosimetry, so that's biological and physical retrospective dosimetry, quantifies those radiation-induced changes in blood, but also in components of phones, chip cards, other things. We started quite a number of years ago, and now we have a very good set of tools which can be used in a radiation emergency to support triage, or rather we call it rapid response now, because we don't envisage it would be in the very first stage, but possibly follow just in the sort of second phase following that. But there's lots of work ongoing. So as I said, it's a very active, it's a very exciting field to be working in, and you know, great for EURADOS, and you know, we work very well together, I think. For large-scale emergency response, we cannot do it without networking. We can cope with 100, in special cases, maybe up to 1,000 or so individuals in our lab. Any more than that, we would be totally overwhelmed. So we absolutely have to continue networking, developing those methods together, but also showing that we can use those methods together in an emergency scenario. So, you know, we have to keep working on it, and we have to keep working on it together, is my conclusion. I think that is the end. Yes, just about on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, for your very nice and cross-sectional presentation. But I'm afraid that we don't have time for questions. Yes, but I'm pretty sure that you can answer to any question during the lunch break. So
good to see when people come back after lunch as well. So thank you for doing that. So I'm now very happy to present our colleague Arturo, who's going to talk on environmental monitoring and the use of unmanned aerial systems for radiological surveillance. Very exciting. Thank you.
So hello, after the lunch. In fact, Spanish siesta time, but okay. And so let's go with this topic of this unmanned aerial vehicles. And okay, this is content, yes. And okay, I will show you just an overview of this. I will say drones. Yes, it's not perfectly correct, but okay, it's more easy to say drones there. And then okay, we will see the unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, and the detectors. Yes, for gamma especially. Yes, detecting gamma. And also I will show you the ground control station characteristics, how to calibrate the system, the analysis of the data that is produced there, that should be obviously analyzed there. And then at the end, I will show you this, how to measure remotely the alpha particles there. And then with this device, then you can use drone. Yeah. Okay, so basically here, I think, so you have picture clear, you have the drone, you have the detector, and then obviously you need other systems. Yes, you need GPS, sorry, for position. You have an altimeter. Altimeter is very important, the altitude that you need. You have also pressure, temperature, and batteries. And so you have really different things that should be also installed in the detector, yes? And they have, okay, some kind of characteristics here. This is, okay, factors, yes? And, okay, for instance, obviously you need to know the payload of the drone, depending on what you like to detect, yes? If you like a very big one or small one. Then, okay, sensitivity, and then you can also fly different altitudes. You will have, obviously, the lower altitude, more you will measure. And then if you like also to go to the dose rate or to do a spectrometry, so you can install real different kind of detectors there. I will focus on the gamma, in fact, not on the dose, because with the gamma detectors, you can calculate the dose, yes. And once you have defined this kind of instrumentation and you have defined this, then what you need is to map, and what you need is to source locations. And for that, you need data analysis. You need to have visualization, and all should be done online because you are in an emergency situation. So an radiological system requires a careful hardware design, reliable software implementation, and trustable calibration of detector systems. So here, there is the first thing to decide if you will have the drone together with the detector or is completely decoupled. and it has some advantages or cons, yes? Okay, one thing that is important is the drones is continuously upgraded. And this happens every year. DJI is the most common Chinese company. It's every 2 years, 3 years is the new one. And the other one is obsolete. So you cannot change any piece more. So in this sense, it is much better to have the couple, the detector, yes? But obviously from the drone, you have a lot of information. You have the tilt, you have the inclination, you have position, you have a lot of information that obviously will save weight and also will give you information in order to the data analysis. Okay, so you have these two, and it depends on your application or what is your objective. It could be one or another option. And okay, how to classify these drones? We have the small ones. Normally, the payload is less than 1 kilogram. Cadmium telluride detectors, like this one here, CSI. Then you have the medium ones. So you hear lanthanum bromide, sodium bromide, sodium iodine. And also I put here some localizator that I will show you after, yes? And then we have the big one, which normally are not batteries, but are in petrol engine. And then you can install here very big ones with like this germanium detector of 21 kilograms, yes? And you have a little bit the range, where to fly, the price a little bit, and also problems for the pilot, yes? The licensing for that also. It's very easy to the licensing here, but it's quite complicated to fly with these big drones. Here, okay, you have to select them, and depending on the scenario of the emergency, if the terrorist, dirty bomb, illicit trafficking, radiation transport, then it is the scale, the space scale here. It could be a nuclear accident, could be big, small, or medium, obviously. Then the area which is affected, some requirements, so you will have it, and then you select the system, the drone system. Yes, a small or medium. So this is just some examples in an emergency to say that there is no optimal drone detector configuration. So depending on the scenario, you have to select your optimal configuration for that. Okay, let's go to the next point. We have the detector, we have the drone, but now we need perfectly to know on time the position and the altitude, yes? And for that, obviously, we have the global navigation satellite systems that, okay, you have normally a precision of a couple of meters. There are some applications that maybe you need more precise position, and then you can use the real-time kinematics, yes? It is more expensive, but it's available. And you have also the timestamp for synchronize from the detector data also. The distance, this is very important. Obviously, you need to know to know the activities of the source or the dose rate to translate it into 1 meter, yes? And the most common one is the 1D LiDAR, yes? Here is the 1D LiDAR. Obviously, if you use 1D LiDAR, you need sometimes to need the tilt, because here you have this. And sometimes, okay, it can be measured the height of the tree or maybe not, depending, yes? So it can have some problems also this. You can use also the 2D LiDAR system, then it's making something like that, and then you have to advance, and then you can have some profile of what you have there. And another thing that is quite coming on is the cameras for photogrammetry, yes? And then for that, you make pictures there, then you need very good precision there, and then you can reconstruct in 3D your scenario. And then you can put, if you measure, then you can superimpose the radioactivity there. Yeah. This is just an example that we did in the former uranium mines of Bismuth. We use the GPS from the Raspberry Pi, we use a barometer, and we use the laser. Okay, so you can see here that the GPS give, okay, something flat. It's, okay, some idea what is happening. Barometric also, they don't see very well which is the relief. And the laser it gives to you good situation of your where is your altitude. Yes. So take care on that because it can produce really quite different results. Okay, once we have defined it, then we send the data. Could be sent by 4G, 3D, or point-to-point, depending on what you are installed in the drone. And okay, you define a flight plan, and then you need on real time, you need the results. And here is the program that we have developed at the UPC, the university. And here, what you have first, here is the dose rate, yes. And then, okay, maybe it's not pretty. Here is some parameters in order to put some ranges, yes, in the data. But what is important is that you see the spectra here, yes, and also you can see here the waterfall plot, yes, all the history of it. So you have this online. You have also information of the drone here. So this is what you have to see. Parameter. We will see a little bit more about the data analysis, but this is mainly what you have to need. And there are different programs. Normally there are commercial ones also that you can see. At least you need to have this information. Then calibration. Obviously, detectors should be calibrated, and I will not talk about the linearity, energy resolution, inherent contamination, cosmic response. Also, drone effect. Normally, the drone is done by this carbon material, things like that, which has not really effect on the detector. There are not really scatterings there. There are not shieldings there. So, I mean, there is not really important the drone, yes. But what sometimes is important, what is important is the stability of the detector, temperature, and also also the angular response. So here we calibrate detectors, but you can also calibrate anyway. So here is the temperature, yeah? And temperature here is an example of how the detector change the line of a radium. This is the lines of the gamma of radium, yes. This is the time and this is the energy. From minus 20 degrees to 60 degrees, yes. Then you have to stabilize it to get this, because otherwise your results is for nothing. And here you can use different. You can use temperature correction by a formula. You can use natural peaks. The inherent background of a lanthanum bromide detector, you have it. You can use an LED peak if you have it, or another source if you put there, and also machine learning system. The problem here is that you measure in a 1-2 seconds time each spectra, and you are flying maybe for 20-30 minutes, normally not more, because of the battery system. And then you go up, you go down, temperature changes constantly, and really it changes a lot. And then you have to correct it, and then you have to use normally some formula, because with the spectra, you have to integrate the spectra if you like to see it. And if it is moved, so it's really a task that is not so easy, yes? And even for the photomultiplier tubes and the detector, which has different temperature stabilization, it creates an additional problem there, yes? Because they have some kind of if you go up with temperature and you go down with the temperature, the correction is different. Yeah. Then, okay, the angular response. Okay, here is a drone that we have developed in the preparedness project. So preparedness project has finished some years ago, and we really we develop a lot of detectors. We make intercomparison, this feedback intercomparison here, and we put here. You see the detector is in this vertical axis like that, so vertical position, and you see the angular response, which is almost isotropically if the gamma comes from here for anything, so from the ground, which is what you like. But normally, what happens with the detectors is that you have in the other position, in the horizontal one, and because you have obviously all the electronics in this side, then it's not isotropic. Yes. And this, okay, you have to take into consideration if you are going to measure with the drones. Let's go to a calibration process. This is the first thing that should be done by the drone. You go to a terrain, and then you measure at different altitudes, yes? And this should be fit the exponential integral profile. So let's do that. The first thing, so you have the altitude here up to 100 meters, the maximum altitude allowed at the moment to fly with these drones. Here is a dose rate, so we measure it. Here, we use these 2 seconds, but we integrated it to have this very low uncertainties here. Then you have to put a point sourcer. Then we put a source here, 345 megabecquerels, and then you can do the same, yes? And in this case, obviously, you have the square distance profile. So fit it, and then you calibrate your detector. And even you know, if you are going to measure here, you can obviously to know which is your threshold for the measurement. So you have here, for instance, which is the background for the H-chart-10 measurement with the cerium bromide detector. So we measure around 48, as far as I remember, yeah, 48.3, and you have the sigma. When you have the sigma, you can know the threshold. And then we get the threshold. So if you subtract the 48, then you have around 10 nanosievert of your threshold limit for a 2 seconds measurement with this cerium bromide detector. Okay, then you have this 2 seconds measurement. Here you have the altitude, 10 meters, 20, 40, and 60 meters, and this is what you measure every 2 seconds. So, and this is your threshold. So obviously you can measure with 2 seconds the 35 megabecquerels up to 40 meters. So if you go upper 40 meters, then you have to integrate probably the data. Yes, you have to change, not 2 seconds. So you lost in resolution, but you have to go in the efficiency. Okay, then in this preparedness project, we went to make calibration or experience in the former uranium mine of Bismuth. So we measure in 2 areas, and here in this one, for instance, the objective is to measure H-chart-10 and also the activities of each radionuclide and to find cesium and a cobalt source that were hidden there. Yes, and we were different teams there. We were there and we measured. So what we like to do is to calculate the H-chart-10. So for H-chart-10, in order to calculate the dose rate, I will really recommend to use the conversion coefficient method. Yes, you multiply every energy mean by a coefficient in order to get the dose rate. I also really recommend to use the man-made cone rate. Yes, so it's just to get the cones here, yes, and to subtract the cones from the natural region, which comes from here, yes. And obviously this ratio here, from here to here, how many comes from the natural, you determine it when there is no artificial radioactivity. So when it's not, then you get this and has a small dependence with the altitude. So once you have the ratio here, you just calculate the man-made cone, so you will know if there is artificial or not in the measurements. And this is quite robust. You use all the spectra in order to know it. You don't go exactly to every bin, but it's a system that you will see here, for instance, that this is the Bismuth, this is the home point, so we fly it here, and then we have here the lines, yes? And this area here is what you can see here. So in the black line is the altitude, which is here, and the green line is the H-chart-10. So you have something like that. You say, okay, it's the Bismuth that is there. I don't know exactly what is going there, yes? And then you can see here, in blue line, is the man-made cone rate. And here you can see how it is increasing the man-made cone rate. And then you say, okay, this is this area here. Say, okay, this is, in this point is the artificial radionuclide. And obviously you go to the spectra then, you can analyze, here is the waterfall plot, and here you can see the cesium-137 source that we find in these exercises, but we cannot find the cobalt source, yes? Because it was quite low activity, so it was not able to find this one. So then mapping, what we use is the full spectral analysis. So the idea is quite known. So you simulate your detector for unit activities of different radionuclides, which you have to multiply each of this in order to fit with the measured spectra. Obviously, you cannot do for a 2-second spectra, so you have to add up to 10, 20 seconds is what we have added, and then you can fit it, and then you can build the map for the, in this case, for the bismuth 214, but you can do also for all of them, yes? And you see quite, so the cesium source, what's here, yes? So it's tried to confuse, obviously, with the bismuth, yeah? But okay, with the spectrometry detectors, could be possible to do that. Another example then, it was done by the BFS, also in the framework, not exactly in the framework of preparedness, but it was really during the preparedness project, and we have there the people, and here you can see how, okay, here the doses are quite big, and you can see how spotty is the radioactivity in Chernobyl, and you can measure it really fast with the drone, yes. Okay, now the localizer, which is done by the Joseph Stefan Institute, the detector, and we implemented it in the drone. So it's very simple system that indicates you where is the source there, and it could be very interesting if you have some obstacles there, yes, in the ground. So it will really indicate where it is. Okay, they have some mathematics then inside, which is not too complicated, but okay, it works. It produces to you in a frequency less than 1 second, 0.2 seconds, it gives to you where is the source, yes? So then we implemented the system, and I think I have here, is the video, this one? Or I think so, I don't know. It works. Yeah, so you can see the drone flying here. This was a real measurement there. And when it detects, you will see here, start to detect, and start to say, where is the source, yes? So then you can stop, and you can go there. Yeah, and say, okay, there is the source. You go there with the drone, and then you even go a little bit better with the position there, and then obviously you can go down in order to be more precise there. Yes, so it was a real exercise that we do in the Barcelona Drone Center there, and okay, obviously here we go down with the drone, and then obviously the count rate is really high. Yes. Is the source of 345 megabecquerels there. So I think I have to move. Okay, I think it's okay. So, okay, this is the same in case of the video doesn't work. So I will go. Okay, and now let's go to the remote alpha. So for that, okay, alpha particles very short, but then if you excite the nitrogen there, so this excitation, it's produce ultraviolet light in the sea and in the air, yes? And then you can really measure with a lens. You can measure this light, and then you can detect remotely the alpha particles. So we developed, or this was developed at PTV, so a telescope system. Then it was a scale in order to put into the drone, yes? So we install it into the drone. Here, you can see all this device here. So we use it as the legs because it's quite big. We need the focal distance to measure it. And then we calibrate it or try to measure. So we have these americium sources here where there is a dome. And okay, we measure here and you can see how it is the light zone. And in fact, if you put NO gas here, inside here, it increased 3 orders of magnitude the number of counts. This was really impressive. And okay, and this is, we put different sources, let's say LED sources, not real americium sources, that is one thing, but, and okay, we detect the 5 sources there with these characteristics. And okay, so we fly there and you see here, you see the drone. Okay, the field of view is very small, I have to say. It's about 20 centimeters, something like that. But we are able to detect these LED C sources there. And I don't know how I am on time, or it's 5 minutes, okay. Then here, perfect on time, I think. We have here, you can see how it what this was also this real flight. So here is what we have done this. So you have different possibilities in this ground station. So you have the path projection if you like to take it out or to see it, the drone path where it's a drone flying. Also the sensor rider, because is where it's pointed, yes, because the tilt is included there, and so if it is tilt, obviously, then you can see. Then you can also put the range of the number of cones here. So we put between 5 and 50 cones per second, and it's measured every second, no, less than 1 second. You have also the altitude, all the parameters of the drone there, and okay, we just see how it goes. So the altitude of the cylinder means the number of cones, yes? So you have to put a range, you have also colors, and you have there the cones per second, and just when it see the LED, I hope it will change the altitude and the colors there. Okay, now it's detected there, yes? And because of the field of view, it's very small. In fact, you can make imaging, yes, because of this very small, which is a thing that I tried to say to the PTV. Okay, it would be better if we have for this flight maybe a higher field of view, but it's not so easy with the lens. Yes, so this is what we have. This is what we are testing, and on the 5th of July we will do a demo for different stakeholders in order if they like to use it for the future. And I think that's all. Thank you very much to hear me.
Thank you so much, Arturo. I've seen you present on this a couple of times now, and every time I do, I think it's so cool. Excellent. Okay. Are there any questions? We've got a couple of minutes. If anybody wants to ask anything, thought there would be.
Yes, just a simple question. For the first part, where you determined the surface contamination, basically, you were always giving the results in becquerel per square meter or becquerel per kilogram. So becquerel per kilogram means that you knew what kind of object you had there, right? But in a real emergency scenario, all the information you would get is some kind of average activity per area, or what would be the measurement you get out of that?
Okay, you're completely right that in order to get this activity, becquerel per kilogram, you have to know a little bit about what is your geometry. That's the way, yes. And obviously, what we have to down here, you try to do as fast as possible in order to get the measurement and to have the geometry, the more known geometry. Because if you have to integrate what you need, this obviously changes the geometry, and this makes problems in order to get resolution. Then, obviously, and this normally is done in a second round. To do these becquerels per kilogram calculations normally is done after, yes? Not online. Online is more the H-10 and the man-made cone rate and the water for blood. This is what an operator will see, yes? And don't go too much in another details there. And then, okay, if you like to calculate the other things, then you are completely right that you have to take care a little bit more on what is geometry and things like that. Yeah.
Any more questions? Getting my exercise in.
Thank you for the talk. I'm wondering if you know the parameters for radiation damage to the drone, or if it's not a concern because you can maintain enough distance.
Yeah, you're right that if you go to a very exposed area, it could be a problem. To be honest, I didn't make such exercise to put a drone in such a very big exposure and see what's happened. But it's true that if you see it can be destroyed if you go maybe in an area, but okay, this is the risk that could happen. If you know that, then you can go higher, but I didn't know. And it's the possibility that the drone could crash. But you lost the drone, at least you don't lose any human. Yeah.
Definitely the right way around.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the idea. Yes, not to go there with an helicopter and it crashes, and then there are 5 people that die there.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Well, I think in the interest of time, we should move on, but fantastic. Thank you so much again, Arturo. Brilliant. So I'm very happy now to introduce Christelle Huet. I hope I say that correctly. My apologies if not. From IRSN, many of you will know her, of course. She's going to speak on the contribution of computational dosimetry to the management of radiological accidents. Very important aspects. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. So good afternoon, everybody. So my talk deals with external exposure only. So a little bit of context before. So in the 20th century, the use of ionizing radiation has experienced a great expansion, and it is used now in many different fields. And so consequently, it led also to radiological accidents. And from a review by Cueto and colleagues, they reported more than 600 radiation overexposure accidents between 1980 and 2013, involving nearly 2,400 overexposed people. And most of the reported cases occurred in the medical field, followed by the industry field. And local or partial body irradiation are the most common type of irradiation condition. That means that irradiation are very heterogeneous. And in case of external exposure, the priority for the medical management of the person involved goes to the diagnosis. So the first step in case of small-scale accident is to make a diagnosis and then to define a therapeutic strategy. And when you have medium to large-scale accidents, that means when a large number of people may be overexposed, then you have first to identify the potential victims before proceeding with the diagnosis. What about dosimetry there? So as you know, dose is an indicator of the tissue or organ damage that will help the clinician to assess the radiation-induced damage and also to define the therapeutic strategy. So the dosimetry challenge is to assess the dose and more specifically the dose distribution within the body. And of course, dosimetric needs and methods will vary depending on the type of accident. So how can we assess the dose? So as mentioned by Liz before, dose can be assessed using data coming from different complementary fields, what we call the dosimetric triple. So first, clinical dosimetry is based on the observation of the time to onset of symptoms. For instance, for localized irradiation, the evolution of the surface tissue can give an indication of the dose received by the surface tissues, whereas in case of whole body irradiation, symptoms such as nausea or vomiting are indicators of the mean whole body dose. But the main drawback of clinical dosimetry is that these symptoms are not irradiation specific. For instance, vomiting can be the consequence of the announcement of suspected irradiation. And the second field is biological dosimetry. So this has been described by Liz previously. And one of the drawbacks of the technique is that you only have the mean whole body dose. And as I said before, most of the irradiation are very inhomogeneous. And finally, you can use physical dosimetry. So individual dosimetry. Retrospective dosimetry consists in assessing the dose from samples collected on the victim or in their close environment. You can have biological samples like bones or tooth enamel, also non-biological samples, and you can use different techniques depending on the material. The advantage of physical retrospective dosimetry is that you don't need any a priori knowledge about the scenario. You take the sample, you measure it, and you have the dose. However, you only have the dose at one point, that means at the level of the sample location. So the third technique of physical dosimetry is a dose reconstruction. So dose reconstruction consists in reproducing the circumstances of the accident by experimental or numerical means. And among all the techniques, this is the only one which can give an indication of the whole body, of the distribution within the body. But the main drawback is that you need to know the exposure scenario to have an accurate dose assessment. So what is the principle of numerical dose reconstruction? Then you need a phantom, a numerical phantom to represent the victim. Then you have to model the environment and the source, which is responsible of the accident. And then you use a Monte Carlo code to simulate the transport of particles and the interaction with the body. And then you can have the dose distribution within the body. So first you need a phantom. So a numerical phantom is a computerized representation of human anatomy. And there are three types of different phantoms available: stylized, voxel, and hybrid phantoms. So stylized phantom appeared in the late 60s. In stylized phantom, in fact, organs are described with mathematical equations. And so they are flexible, relatively flexible, because you can change the parameter in the equation, and then you can have different posture and morphology. And, but you have a lack of anatomical realism. In the late 80s, voxel phantoms were developed, and they are created from MR or CT images of patients or corpses, and they are made of a huge number of tiny cubes, which are called voxels. And so because they are created from images, you have a very good anatomical realism, but it's very hard to modify them. And so more recently, the hybrid phantoms were developed, and they combine advantages of both stylized and voxel phantoms, namely flexibility and realism, anatomical realism. So for numerical dose reconstruction, which phantom do we choose? In fact, it depends on the medical need. For whole body irradiation, the key clinical issue is whether spontaneous secondary reception of bone marrow activity is possible. That means whether there are underexposed areas of bone marrow. So in that case, the computational dosimetry aims at defines the heterogeneity of the dose distribution within the body, and in particular at the level of the bone marrow areas. So in that case, you don't need anatomical precision. So in general, we use a generic phantom, which can be stylized voxel or mesh phantom. On the contrary, when you have a localized irradiation, you can have tissue necrosis when the dose is above 25 gray. And if you don't remove these tissues, in fact, the necrosis will propagate to the surrounding tissues. So what is important is to know if a surgery is needed to remove these tissues. So it's important to define the dose distribution at the lesion level. So you need anatomical precision. And for that, we use personalized voxel phantom created from the victim's images. So at IRSN, the development of dedicated computational tools began in the late 90s, and in the early 2000s, we started the development of a dedicated tool, which is called CISAM, and which is dedicated to localized irradiation. So CISAM, which is simulation of external sources accidents with medical images, allows to create a personalized work cell phantom from the medical images, and also to define the source and the environment, to define the output data also we want. Then an input file to the Monte Carlo code we use, which is, in the case MCNPX, is created, and then calculations are performed on dedicated clusters. And then the input file is introduced in CSAM, and the added value of this software is that you can have the dose distribution superimposed over the anatomical images of the patient. So an important step in the development of a computational tool is validation. So CSAM tool has been validated. So we perform 2 experimental validation, one in photon for photon exposure and another for neutron exposure. And it has been used for the first time in 2005 in the context of an accident which occurred in Peru. And for the first time, an anticipatory surgery was performed based on the dosimetric mapping obtained by numerical means. So since 2005, numerical dose reconstruction as well as other dosimetry techniques, biological or physical dosimetry techniques, have been used in case of accident. So in green, accidents which occur with orphan sources, such as gammography sources. In orange, the one in sterilization facilities, and in blue, the one in interventional radiology. So you see that whenever possible, a combination of techniques are used because they are complementary and they can give complementary information on the dose. And you can also see that numerical dose reconstruction is used almost every time. And when data are missing regarding the scenario, in fact, you can use other information to calibrate your Monte Carlo simulation. That was, for instance, the case for an accident which occurred in Belgium in 2006, where the mean whole body dose obtained from biological dosimetry was used to calibrate the Monte Carlo simulation and specifically the position of the source. And I won't go into the detail because some case studies will be presented by Jean-François. So for small-scale accident, computational dosimetry has a valuable contribution. First, it can guide the surgery. That was again the case for an accident which occurred in Ecuador in 2009, and where the numerical dosimetric mapping was used to perform an anticipatory surgery. Secondly, it can also be used to assess the dose heterogeneity to guide treatments for hematopoietic syndrome, and that was the case for the accident in Belgium, where the calculation showed that the exposure was heterogeneous, and so the medical team decided not to perform bone marrow transport, but they injected growth factor to stimulate residual hematopoiesis. So now if we move to large-scale accident, so given the growing threat of use of radioactive material for terrorism, for instance, we need to be prepared for large-scale accidents. And the primary purpose of the initial phase dose assessment is to identify individuals in potential danger of short-term deterministic effects. So for that, you have to do triage. So an European consensus concerning the medical management of mass radiation exposure was obtained in 2005 in a conference in the Haute-Cernay in France. And it was agreed that the first 48 hours after mass casualty exposure are crucial. And an emergency triage should be performed where people are scored on the basis of both clinical and biological criteria. But the problem is that, as I said before, clinical symptoms are not irradiation specific, and moreover, in certain circumstances, the accidents are discovered days or even weeks after the exposure. So you need complementary and alternative methods. So the multi-biodose project aimed at analyzing different physical and biological tools, and also adapting them for large-scale accidents. And so 7 dosimetric assays were tested, and they also made a categorization of the dosimetric triage. And currently, there is an active research and development in biological and physical dosimetry worldwide, and it aims at reducing the time of analyzing and lowering the detection limits of the techniques used for diagnosis in order to be able to treat lots of sample and with lower dose than the one we have with acute exposure. Also, it aimed to investigate less invasive methods, new materials and new biomarkers, and finally, to develop tools deployable on site. And in parallel, efforts are being made to increase triage capacity and harmonize practice. And as already said by Liz, with the network of laboratories and also initiative of intercomparison and training. And so what about calculation? And when considering an external exposure, retrospective physical methods do not provide an estimate of the dose at the desired target. That means they don't provide a dose to the organ. They provide, in fact, a dose to the sample. So you need to derive conversion coefficient. So for that, computational dosimetry is used. And the method is to model one or several locations of the sample, to model several geometries of exposure, and then to calculate predetermined conversion coefficient. So this has been done, for instance, by Hervé and colleagues, which from 4 Celsius dosimeters measured by EPR calculated organ dose conversion. So they simulate different exposure, also different photon and neutron sources. For the location, they looked at teeth, bone, and also sample in the pocket. This could be, for instance, the sugar contained in the sweet, which could be in a pocket. And they use MCNPX code and the merged phantom with a modified head where they put a jaw. And from this calculation, they developed an access database. More recently, Ekins and colleagues performed calculations for conversion coefficient from mobile phone samples. And so they looked also at different standard exposure and also contaminated ground exposure. They use the most usual sources that we found in accidents with orphan sources. Regarding the samples, they looked at the resistors contained in the mobile phone, and they looked at different positions, chest, leg, back, and hip. And they use also MCNPX code, but this time they use ICRP 110 voxel reference male phantom, and they also modeled the resistor, the mobile phone, and the resistors in the mobile phone. And they also obtain a conversion coefficient. And another example is the one from Kim and colleagues. So they use the same exposure as Ekins and colleagues, also the same sources, but this time they don't use the resistors, but the display glass of the mobile phone. and they also modeled the phone. They use GN4 code, and this time they use ICRP 145 mesh reference male phantom. So for the location, they look at different locations, so chest, hip, feet, and hand, and they also model different postures, so standing, kneeling, and squatting. And so we can have also a large set of conversion coefficient that you can use once you have the dose measure on the display glass to estimate an organ dose or a whole body dose rapidly. And until recently, in fact, numerical dose reconstruction had not been considered for triage. But it's likely that in case of a large-scale accident, you will need different levels of triage. An initial triage based on the clinical sign, and then you will have to refine the dose assessment and then the triage. And so for that, we believe, at least in France, that we can also use numerical dose reconstruction. So in 2016, we began the development of a tool called SEED, which is done in collaboration with the French Defense Radiation Protection Department. And SEED, which is simulation of external exposure and dosimetry, is based on GN4 and gate Monte Carlo code. It is developed in C++, and it is hosted in a powerful mobile and autonomous computer, which is deployable on site and which can be transported in a hardened case. So what is the goal? It's the same goal as the ones I presented before. So you collect the input data, then you have a friendly user interface where you can rapidly model the irradiation scene, and then you can have the display of the results. And the idea is to be able to do that very quickly, and then to refine also the calculation once you get more information from other techniques. So as you can see, we have different phantoms implemented, so paripiped phantom, but also mathematical phantoms, and also mesh type phantoms. And you can move around in all directions thanks to a first camera person, and you can also select different objects in order to see in details the dose distribution, for instance. So, of course, once again, these tools has been validated. So first, we did a benchmark with another Monte Carlo code. Then in 2009, we did an experiment. So we used a physical dummy where we had some dosimeters inside, and also we had a phone there and some other dosimeters. And we reproduced the irradiation scene thanks to SEED software. And last year, we deployed the tool on site. So we mimic an accident in a military campsite where a source was there, and people were sometimes sitting just near the source or lying on the bed. And the ongoing development are the improvement of ergonomics and ease of use with the development of libraries in order to be able to model very quickly the irradiation scene. And also, we are now working on the integration of other dosimetric information. For instance, if we had dose rate measurement there in order to renormalize the calculation. So to conclude, computational dosimetry as a valuable contribution for the management of radiological accidents, for small-scale accident, for diagnostic purposes, and it can be used alone or in combination with other dosimetric techniques. For initial phase dose assessment for large number of people, it's only conceptual approaches, but computational dosimetry may also have a valuable contribution. And the gap is really to have an individual dose assessment with accuracy. And so last year we had between different members of working group 10 and working group 6, we had reflection on the needs of future research in retrospective physical dosimetry to reduce this gap. And we identify different goals, research questions, and direction of research, including for computational modeling. And so I think that there is also a lot to do for that in the research. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Christelle. Brilliant. You know, I think we're seeing very clearly how complementary the different dosimetric aspects are, and you know, we can't do without computational dosimetry, that's for sure. So we have a couple of minutes for some questions, if anybody has one in the audience.
It's very impressive, the entire technique which you have, and the system is really. I wonder, when you calculate, you make individual calculation of the dose conversion coefficient, yeah? There is the whole, and if you compare them with the standard operational quantities, let's assume that instead of very precise calculation, you take a rough estimation. What would be the difference, yeah? If you take HP10 or whatever, yeah? Just to have the feeling if it is much lower, the doses are. It depends, of course, on sources and energy, I can imagine, but it's.
Even with conversion coefficients, the advantage is that one dose estimation at one location, you can have the dose distribution within the body. And for HTR10 or HP10, you only have also enrollment. And as you see, in fact, most of the exposure are very inhomogeneous. So it's really important to have the heterogeneity of the dose distribution. So I think, yes, that's the advantage of conversion coefficient compared to HTR10 or HP10.
Well, impressive presentation. I was talking to Liz before, and as you could see, the phantoms are becoming more and more realistic, and nowadays they are able to identify arteries and veins inside that. So the problem for them, as you may have seen, they have a problem discriminating partial body radiation and total body radiation. And I was very pleased to see that you made some simulations using the pocket geometry. That actually was a case in Goiânia when someone put the part of a source in a pocket. So my suggestion, maybe I don't know if it's possible, if you could do simulations, but not aiming only the organs, but aiming the blood that's in there, maybe microdosimetry. I don't know what kind of technique would be, applicable in this case, but it would be nice to, so in a way that you could minimize the uncertainties in these extrapolations from in partial body to total body and vice versa. This would be a suggestion.
So for biological dosimetry, you mean?
Yeah, you complement each other, right? So we could give them, as for example, didn't have any dose coefficients for sources in the pocket, right? So you created them. Yeah, yeah, I did some work with.
The problem with blood is that it circulates within the body during the exposure. You mean blood to make the link between blood dosimetry, biological dosimetry, and.
Please.
Yeah, I think the suggestion is to link the two and to have a realistic model, perhaps including the circulation as well.
Okay.
So computational challenge, but a very interesting suggestion, something to think about, I think. Yeah, definitely. Any more questions? Otherwise, we're perfectly on time to move on. So otherwise, thank you very much again, Christelle. Fantastic. Now, I'm very happy to introduce our next presentation, and we're moving into the slightly different phase now. We've had the details of dosimetry. Now we're moving on to the case studies of how things have happened in real life. But before we do so, we're going to have Elena. Now, I'm going to say your name wrong. I'm so sorry because I haven't asked you to confirm. Elena Parenyuk? Oh, amazing. Thank you. From NAS in Ukraine, many of you will have seen Elena speak recently at conferences. She's going to give us an update on the current status of nuclear facilities in Ukraine and the associated radiological risks during the wartime. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I will try to give a short update about the current status of the nuclear facilities in Ukraine. I will give a short update about what was going on during these 1.5 years of the war in Ukraine, and then I will try to focus on the situation with Zaporizhia. And being honest, I wasn't even preparing the presentation beforehand, so I just finished it today in the morning, because the situation is so dynamic right now in Ukraine, so there is no point, of preparing something beforehand. So originally, a little bit about myself. I'm from the Institute for Safety Problems of the Nuclear Power Plants, and we are located in Chernobyl. So if you probably heard about the labs that were looted and a little bit destroyed in Chernobyl, it's our labs. So I've been working in Chernobyl for quite a long time. We are mostly focused on the safety problems of the new safe confinement. We've been taking care and still are taking care of the radiation risks in the new safe confinement. And also, obviously, as Ukraine have a lot of nuclear power plants and it has some problems with safety, it's also our area of expertise. So just a little update about the current situation. You can see the actual front line. It's a picture from yesterday. So right now, we will be focusing on situation with Zaporizhia, and you see there are quite a lot of Russian troops located there. There have been some rumors that Zaporizhia is turned into the military base, but we will talk about it moreover. Anyway, Ukraine managed to regain quite a lot of territories. It was like 7% of all of the territory of Ukraine recently, and right now we are expecting the counter-offensive, and we hope it will be successful. So the nuclear facilities in Ukraine, we used to have 15 power units in operational, and something that is very important, Chernobyl nuclear power plant is not a nuclear power plant, it is a state enterprise for managing the nuclear waste. Apart from that, we have power plants in Rivne, in Khmelnytsky, in South Ukraine, and Zaporizhia. So Rivne and Khmelnytsky are more or less okay, yet they're detecting some missiles flying over the territory, which is definitely not okay, but in our situation, it's fine. And the South Ukrainian nuclear power plant, a couple of times they've been reporting that some missiles or artillery missiles just were falling not far from their territory, so we believe that it is quite dangerous. And our military and National Guard, they are trying to protect the territory of the South Ukrainian nuclear power plant. Yet, Rivne, Khmelnytsky, and South Ukraine NPPs, they are fully operational because Ukraine needs energy, and 55% of our energy comes from the nuclear power plants. Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, on the contrary, it is on the front line. And in September last year, on the 11th of September, Zaporizhzhia stopped providing electricity to the grid. So the units 1 to 4 are in the cold shutdown, and the unit 5 was in the hot shutdown until now. Well, it is still in the hot shutdown. The reason of it is that the control over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is currently on Russian side, and they just won't let the 5th unit to go under the cool shutdown. So some of the ideas is that they're using the 5th unit of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to blackmail all of the global community, because, you know, it's much better than a nuclear bomb if you will be able to explode the whole reactor. Also, something that is very important to remember, we have not only the spent nuclear fuel storages and operating reactors, we also have some orphan sources, and in accordance with the estimation of the National Radiation Medicine Center, we have about 25,000 of sources of ionizing radiation, and some of those sources are lost in the fog of the battle. So we cannot tell where are those sources. Maybe they are secured in the hospitals or in the industrial facilities, yet we will have to look on the location of the orphan sources later. So really shortly about Chernobyl. It is located, as you all know, on the northern part of Ukraine, and Russians penetrated the border through Chernobyl. So the main amount of the radionuclides is in the new safe confinement. So it is like 93% of all of the uranium that was in the 4th unit of Chernobyl nuclear power plant remained in Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And that is why for us it is very important to estimate the radiation risks, including, for example, we were thinking about using the drones to estimate the radiation fields, but it is impossible to use the drones, the rotary drones, because there are quite a lot of dust over there. So we are thinking about some other approaches to provide the radiation monitoring inside the new safe confinement. Also, apart from that, there are quite a lot of radioactive waste disposal and vector site. It is the place where Ukraine is going to keep all of our spent nuclear fuel from Rivne, South Ukraine, and Khmelnytsky, while Zaporizhzhia has its own spent nuclear fuel storage, which is not really favorable right now, the situation. So we are using the exclusion zone, the inside of the exclusion zone, the 10 kilometers, as the territory to handle radioactive waste. I assume there might be the questions about the trenches in the Red Forest, about the fortification. So when Russians penetrated Chernobyl, they probably were going to seize Kiev within 3 days, but it never happened. So they had to stay in Chernobyl for almost 1 month. And for some reason, they decided that they need to dig trenches in the Red Forest, which is quite close to Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And Red Forest is famous to be one of the most contaminated places in the world, probably. They also dug trenches in another territories, but the Red Forest is the most famous one. So EIA estimated the doses. They estimated 2 scenarios. It was that Russians would stay there 35 days and 14 days. And unfortunately for us, the doses were not high enough to cause the acute radiation syndromes. Probably, yeah. So Chernobyl was liberated on 31st of March, and we returned back to Chernobyl. We cleaned the dormitories. We found that our computers saluted mainly the memory cards. So they stole almost all of the memory cards and the washing machines and the kettles. I don't know why, and the microwave ovens. Well, we can survive without the kettles, but it's quite difficult to live without the memory cards. So anyway, we just, collected all of the data that we had on our personal computers. And right now we are more or less fine. And we are expecting the winter that might be quite difficult for another reasons. And now we can go to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So it is located exactly on the front line, and it has 6 units. Unit 5, as I mentioned, is in hot shutdown currently. The problem is that Russians turned Zaporizhzhia into the military base, and it's not as funny as it might sound. I mean, Ukrainians, we just like to joke, humor is a kind of coping strategy. But anyway, we believe that something that is going on in Zaporizhzhia since 4th of March 2022 is already the nuclear and radiation emergency, because there are some weaponry and military vehicles and explosiveness that is located inside the turbine hall of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. As far as we know, before the occupation, the amount of employees in Zaporizhzhia was 11,000 of people, and that was required for normal operation of nuclear power plant. Right now, there are less than 3,000 people left working on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It is barely enough to maintain reactors in cool shutdown, but in case of any emergency, there will be just no personnel who can cope with the situation. One more story to show that it is true. It's not just me saying that. As you probably know, on June 6, Russians exploded the Kakhovka Dam. And that's why the level, we will talk about it later, but the level of the water in the cooling pond of Zaporizhzhia began to decrease. So we needed some people who would dive and take a look on the gate in the dump of the Zaporizhzhia cooling pond. So there were no people who were able to do that because Russians killed them this winter. So Russians just invited someone else, and we don't know what's actually going on with this door. Maybe it is mined, and we hope it's not. Again, this is Artemy Lebedev. He is one of the famous bloggers in Russia, and he is standing on the top of the reactor vessel. So I assume that it's not how radiation safety should work. And when Rosatom says that they are ensuring the radiation safety of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, we can just Google and take a look that it's not true. I mean, locating a weapon and locating some bloggers in the nuclear power plant, it's not how you're ensuring the protection of it. So before the previous September, we were estimating, the Ukrainian Meteorological Institute using EURADOS were estimating the situation with the contamination of the territory of Ukraine in case the reactor would be in a hot state. So marked with red is actually the territory where uranium and uranium decay products can be distributed. It will mean that a huge territory, including Crimea and including neighboring countries in Ukraine, would be contaminated due to the explosion. But luckily, since September, it's not that dangerous anymore, so reactors are in cold shutdown. So we hope that this scenario will never happen. And now we are coming to the current situation, and just today I've been given a couple of lectures to the diplomats, European diplomats who are staying in Kiev, and they're worrying about the situation with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So as you know, in June 6, the Kakhovka Dam was exploded, and you can see the dump is over here. Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is over here. So this is the water reservoir from which the cooling pond of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was taking water. And the water level in the Kakhovka reservoir is decreasing really fast. But Energoatom, it is our operating company, they say that they are okay with taking care with the water level of cooling pond of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Of course, down the stream, the situation is pretty bad. We have Kherson. Kherson is one of big cities in Ukraine, so it is flooded. And the problem is not only the houses are flooded, but also cemeteries and some chemical industries and everything. So we assume that this kind of tragedy can be compared to Chernobyl by the level of the effect, not only on Ukraine, but also on all of the countries of the Black Sea basin, because Russians also flooded their own storages of the weaponry, and there are quite a lot of explosiveness just floating in the Black Sea, and we don't know where the currents will take it. A little bit of reassurance is that this picture, I'm sorry that it is in Ukrainian, but it was, just from yesterday, it is the most fresh data we can ever get. Energoatom didn't issue any other picture as of today. So here we have Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and here we have the water reservoir of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And here is this door I was mentioning about. So normally from the Kakhovka reservoir, the water through this door will just get normally without any pumps to the cooling pond, and the level would be more or less the same. Right now, the situation is different. The water level in Kakhovka dam as of yesterday was less than 9 meters, yet the water level in the cooling pond of the Zaporizhzhia NPP was almost 17 meters. So it is only this small door that is keeping the water inside the water reservoir, and we hope it will endure. So we hope that we will have the water to cool the reactor number 5, because basically 5 reactors, except of the reactor number 5, in cool shutdown, so they don't need that much water. And also we have the radioactive waste storage, which is over here. It also does not require that much water. Yet reactor number 5 is still in hot shutdown, and like the temperature in it is 275 degrees centigrade, and the pressure is quite high. So we hope everything will be fine, and Russians won't decide to drain the cooling pond of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant while they will be retreating during the counteroffensive of Ukraine. So we believe, we've been talking with colleagues, so we believe that if before September we would address to Zaporizhzhia as a Fukushima scenario, right now probably it will be the Kishtim scenario. And the bad situation is that Dnipro is a huge river, and we have the Black Sea, and the Black Sea has quite a currents. So all of the radioactive contamination that will occur, it will be taken to the south of Ukraine and to the Black Sea, and all of the countries of the basin of the Black Sea might be contaminated with the Zaporizhzhia radionuclides. So let's hope it will never happen. And today, the Director General of the EIA was deployed to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, so he is on his way probably today. And EIA is coming up with some ideas for Ukraine, what should we do to ensure the safety of the Zaporizhzhia power plant. But the problem is, I mean, Ukraine will do anything, we just don't have the access. So we hope that due to the pressure of international community and just due to the, normal sense, Russians will not let the power plant to explode, and we will be able to avoid the huge radiation accident in the center of Europe and the second radiation accident in Ukraine. And thank you for attention. I will be happy to answer all of your questions.
So thank you so much, Elena. We're delighted to have you with us here and, you know, to continue to work together as a community. Yeah, it's very, very sobering stuff, but, you know, we share. And as you say, the humour is helpful, I think. But yeah, so I'm sure there are questions from the audience. Try now, down there?
No. Okay. Okay, now. Okay, welcome back to the last part of our school, where we are going to hear about the importance of dosimetry in radiological accident management, and we are starting by a testimony of a person, Luis Bertelli, that is going to present us in first person because he was there. The 1987 accident, bad accident in Goiânia, Brazil, and we are going to hear about his testimony. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, João, Pedro, Liz, EURADOS. And since we're talking about long-term monitoring, thanks to you too, because you're monitoring the presentations, it's 9 a.m. So congratulations, you're still alive and well. Did like it. Okay. So, well, I don't have time enough to talk about the whole accident, how it was. It's going to be very punctual, but I am available, you know, if you have any questions after the presentation for any extended talk. If you want to hear something or read something about the accident, go straight to those books. They're from IAEA, freely downloadable, so you can find them there. And they explain, well, what happened there. Just to have an idea, well, the population of Goiânia in 1987 was 1 million, and the distance to Rio and São Paulo, 580 miles, okay, 920 kilometers. I'm showing this because the samples came from Goiânia to Rio, bioassay samples, urine, feces, and all that, because they didn't have installed there at that time, for the first 2 weeks, a whole body counter that was installed later on. I'm going to show it to you. And also the other point of this picture is that if you see the whole Goiânia, you know, the contaminated area was a small, maybe 1 square kilometer. So it's, you know, very, very small. Regarding this, so very quickly, was an abandoned clinic, you know, without no doors and windows and anything. I know you're gonna ask me questions. What happened after that? So to the owners, don't ask me that. All right. So this is the clinic, and so they have taken the assembly from the clinic. They took it to a common backyard. They have several houses there, and then. Later on, they opened, so by this time, when they opened the shield in the assembly, they start getting external exposure. And this you see, this shows the glow, so it means that the source was taken from there. And this is a mango tree that, believe me, got contaminated when they started taking leaves out of that. So it's unbelievable. And so with the glowing salt, they didn't know what was. They saw it beautiful, so they distributed to friends and family. And they were taking this metal assembly to be sold to other junkyards. So that's how it was, a common practice. They found metals on the street and they distribute and resell it to other places. And so you see possible contamination in several places. But the only point is here that a woman found out could correlate the radiation symptoms that no one could identify, because after all, you're in a tropical place, can be food poisoning, can be anything. No one will relate to radiation, but the woman took it to the health department in Goiânia. And, well, according to the account, you're not going to find in a IAEA book, she got a Coca-Cola in her hand and a source with in another hand, you know, with a bag. She said, either this or this is killing my people. That's how she was. And in front of her was an attendant. She was a 4th month pregnant. And I'm going to show also the results from this woman. So that's how it was. So once the source was here, they called a physicist who tested many detectors, and then he alarmed, and then the response started, and the rest you can get in the book. Okay, so the source was just 5 by 5 centimeters and only 100 grams, but extremely powerful, 51 terabecquerel, still active, very active there. And so you see that 100 grams generated 35, yeah, someone mentioned today already in a previous presentation, the amount of waste that generated. And it took 275 truckloads to take everything from the contaminated places to there. I also don't want to go straight into that, but a common point for emergency preparedness is that you have to have your detector intercalibrated, because for some groups that were attending the incident, that was not hot enough, for others were, and then you generate uncertainties in the owner of the house. As a result, many of my colleagues became that big because the owner of the house, when they got there, they offer water, food, and they said, if this guy eats my food, it's because my house is decontaminated. So they couldn't say no, and they got a big weight increase. That's what happened there. Okay, individual monitoring. So once you got the accident, they were taken to Olympic Stadium, and after all, we are in Brazil, so this is football stadium. Got to be involved somehow. That's where people are taken and called there. 112,000 people were monitored there and screened. Those that were in bad situation from the football stadium, they went to Goiânia General Hospital, and those in a very, very bad shape, they went to Rio de Janeiro, where we got also international cooperation from Russia, from USA, from Argentina, and I remember those meetings. They were very interesting meetings to attend to. And so that's how they did with the patients, and it worked very well. So in terms of individual monitoring, you have urine and feces samples, but see, they're sent to Rio de Janeiro. So that you see that by truck, by plane, by anything. And so it showed to be the most appropriate method for those times. Also because you could discriminate from the external contamination, and cytogenetic dosimetry is a must. So it's a very, very nice, helped a lot at that time. And in vivo, so they put an improvised whole body counter there in Goiânia. And then, okay, the long-term in vivo and in vitro monitoring needed in order to evaluate the efficacy of Prussian blue. Prussian blue was essential, worked very well. They knew that was going to work, but the efficacy was was tremendous. And we got some bonuses also, not only because of the monitoring, but you're going to see in terms of a new ICRP model, for example, later on. So, okay, tropical country, right? So you have a swimming boucher in there. You have a very simple detector, 2 meters above the soil. And as you see, for very high level contamination, only 2-minute counting was necessary, no more than that. And the MDA is 9 kilobecquerels. So it's then later on, with the time this height was reduced, more, we could move the detector from up and down. Well, in the end, we got to monitor 112,000 people. And so as you can see here, intensive care 22, and 46 people were given Prussian blue. So the name of the medicine is EURADOS, and it's a German medicine that was donated by the German government at that time to Brazil. And this is what you see the amount of people that have been involved into that. So in the end, the dose distribution for exposed people, in terms of patients and their family, so this is a girl that was, this is the woman who brought the source that I told you. So she got almost 6 grays. And this is the girl that was her niece, and she ate an egg sandwich with dirty hands. So, and I saw the autopsy pictures of this. The GI tract has been dissolved, literally. It's unbelievable pictures. And those are also elements from about the same family. Mostly one family was highly impacted to that. And this is the rest of the patients. When I mean patients were those guys that have been followed frequently. So, and that's the difference between the monitor population. So population has been monitored, but you see the highest dose, the dose was not that high, in terms of when you compare to the patients. Also, another very important point in terms of emergency preparedness and response is that from 1,009 workers, you see that 77% of them got dose below 1 millisievert, which is remarkable. So they were able to rotate and to do all the radiation protection procedures in such a way that the highest dose was 43 millisievert, not too far away from the limit, the occupational limit that we'll find. Well, if you ask me about this database, should it exist somewhere?
I don't know, but a database will be the general database for dosimetry. We'll have the screening results, or the methodology, the type of detector, results, and so on. The bioassay measurements, what type of bioassay measurements you're doing. The dose assessment biomarkers, of course, and the committed dose assessment. And in this case, which biokinetic you're using, which kind of intake you're adopting. In the case of Goiânia, was by ingestion. So this was the standard intake approach. And also the decorporation therapy, for that would perturb a lot of the metabolism. So some difficulties, this is a practical problem. Some person didn't have a number ID. And so that's why your idea is fantastic, putting numbers, yes, better than, you lose. And in addition to it, because of the same thing that you have solved the problem, similar names with different levels of contamination. For example, there was a guy called Odesson, and he had one son, Odesson Jr. Then he split, a second marriage, and then he called Odesson's son. So one is junior, the other is son. Junior was highly contaminated, and son was not. And then we received data from them, we in Rio, thinking that we're one person. So it was the strangest metabolism I ever seen in my life, because one was a high data point, low data point. And so, of course, the different people, if they had numbers, this is not a problem. The other thing you will see is that, for example, non-adults presented much smaller anatomical characteristics. What I mean with that, there was a guy called Lucimar. He was 15 years old. He was this size. So you had to apply a 10-year-old Fenton instead of a 15 if you wanted to proceed any dose calculation for him. And also long-term monitoring to evaluate the efficacy of Prussian blue was needed and very, very useful. So the monitoring should be continued during the period of that incorporation therapy, of course, to see if it's working. And the way it was done was very simple. If you only had in vitro bioassay, so the cesium model showed that you have 1 unit excreted in feces per 4 units excreted in urine. By administering Prussian blue, you enhance the fecal excretion in such a way that you see more fecal excretion over urine. So visually, you have to collect both samples, right? So all the time, and you can see that that fraction is working. And of course, if you have a whole body counter, then you can promptly measure the slope of the curve, then you really see that that is working nicely. So, obtain individual retention parameters and apply them to dose assessment, minimize the uncertainty of dose assessment if the incorporation therapy is applied, and obtain additional information that should be recorded, of course, if you want to perform any epidemiological study. So this is what it shows. See, this is days after the intake. They had monitored people for a long, long time. But you say, wait a minute, the ICRP model says that the longer term for adults is 110 days, but then you see that it's not. And that's, this showed that. So this was a great surprise that we got. So in 1979, which was the model that I have used, you have for cesium, a shorter term, a longer term, for adults it's 10% in 2 days, and then 90% in 110 days. And those are very simple excretion procedures. The 2017 model shows you that you have a red blood cells retention that wasn't shown there, that you have some connections with the skeleton, and also the longer term is mostly associated to the skeletal muscle that wasn't observed before. So if we hadn't monitored for a long time, this wouldn't be here in ICRP model. So this is one of the bonuses you got. And the other thing, for example, in this case, calculation of committed dose applying to individual retention parameters. So the preliminary model showed that, and the actual parameters, no PB treatment, showed that, and then you see the actual parameter, the final parameters. So as a result, normally what we will get is a smaller dose because you have more data and you actually are using the smaller half-life, and on that you get a smaller dose. This is the case that I said about the pregnant woman. So this was the woman I told you that was the receptionist. She was a 4-month pregnancy. So the cesium concentration on her was 912 becquerels per kilogram. And you see the placenta was that, and the infant was that. So at that time, according to what I had studied, we knew that the placenta would be very permeable to the cesium. But then you see in a real person, right? So. But interestingly, when you see another woman, she got pregnant 3 years and 8 months after the incident. So, and then obviously she was contaminated before that. And when you see, the permeability is not the same. So this will pretty much depend on the availability of the season to the fetus, to the infant. And so in this case, you still have the soft tissues retention, but probably at that time, mostly the skeletal muscle retention was the predominant. And so that's what you have. For the first case, you have the mother and infant, the placenta, and then here you see a 13 times difference in the second case in terms of the concentration in becquerels per kilogram. So this is the data from the first woman, and you see the curve for the mother and the curve for the infant. And so the pregnancy accelerates the decision elimination from the body, and about 50%. Elevated estrogen, progesterone, and aldosterone levels are there. And rapidly growing tissue mass, also have to consider that eating that, and increased metabolic rate. But mostly those factors are very, very important. So the transfer factor from mother to fetus is dependent on the season available to the blood. That's what I just said. So the intake during the pregnancy, the transfer factor was 1, but the concentration and fetus compared to the mother indicating easy homogeneous transport. That's we were expecting. And the second case, the pregnancy occurred during a period, so the season clearance influenced by subcellular fraction. This is mostly because of the retention in the skeletal muscle. Okay, and I am fast, yes, because of the Prussian blue, maybe, so my half-life is very fast, but I thank you very, very much, and well, open for questions. This is it. Thanks again.
Thank you, Luis, for your presentation and the first person testimony of the yes. Another. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. If anyone of the audience wants to.
There. Yeah.
My question is, how did you screen 112,000 people? What was your method of screening?
Yeah, I gave the complete Goiânia seminar in many, many places for many, many years, and this question always comes. Well, nowadays would be very easy, right? Because you have a cell phone and put an alarm and boom, and so it goes. And at that time, 1987, so how they did? They went with loudspeakers on the street, radio and TV, asking people to show up at the football stadium for monitoring. And from there, they had no idea what was going on. They started screening the persons, getting the stories, and sending people to the junkyard. Then they discovered what the problem was in the junkyards, and then they started to decontaminate. But it was an unbelievable effort, yes, very interesting.
My question was how you were screening them exactly in a stadium. You brought them, and what kind of samples you were taking, or which?
No, this was a whole body, because the only good thing about the accident is that you have a very high gamma of 660, keV from the barometric stable, 137 barometric stable, and so easily to detect. The only good thing about that, so it was easily detectable, including people made some correlations between detectors that could use on the street against measurements in a whole body counter. So he measured the person right after the whole body counter. He started doing a correlation study, and then using on the streets. Several very creative things. Thanks.
Okay, thank you again, Luis, for your. I think we must move on because.
In this dose reconstruction. My presentation is focusing on accident irradiation only, so that means external dose. and high doses. So here is how can the dose reconstruction can help the medical treatment, because there are very strong medical consequences. Oops. Okay, I think you already seen this this graph. Most of the accidents are external irradiation, more than 80%, and less around 10 internal with internal contamination. Clearly, when we face such an accident, it's clearly a multidisciplinary expertise. And what we do in this case is to provide a support to the hospital, to the hospital in charge of the treatment. So it's a multidisciplinary expertise. We will see later why. So why dosimetry? Clearly, the dose is a marker of damages to tissue and organs, which help physicians to evaluate the radio-induced damages and to define the therapeutic strategy. And the aim of dosimetry is the assessment of the dose, obviously, and as already said before in previous presentation, the dose distribution in the body, because in case of accident, the dose is always heterogeneous. So what is of interest for the medical doctor in charge is to know how is heterogeneous the dose. So how to assess the dose? By taking into account the specificity of the accident. So the first step is the inquiry on the accident, because each accident is specific regarding the type of source, type of radiation, the energy, exposure time, scenario, are there shielding or not? And by using complementary means, it's also a key point. That means clinical observation based on symptomatology, biological dosimetry, as already presented by Liz, by studying the DNA damage, physical dosimetry, dose reconstruction using experimental and numerical techniques, and also retrospective dosimetry, as also presented this morning. So experimental tools, it's very simple. Everybody knows these techniques. It's very simple technique using a dummy with a small dosimeter. We will see in the case we have used numerical tools already presented by by Christelle, so I will not go in details. We use is not very good, but anyway, he recovered and so next, no, and we also, I remember when I was driving this guy because when he arrived in France from the airport to the hospital, suddenly he gave me a plastic bag with the teeth, with the 4 or 5 teeth. He removed before coming in Chile. And as you can see, the quantity of enamel available was very small, but nevertheless, it was sufficient enough to assess the dose at the head level. And the dose was quite high, but fortunately, no necrosis was expected at the head level, because the necrosis at the buttock level, you can manage it. At the head level, it would be more difficult. So the second case, it's an accident occurring in Belgium. So it was a worker who went inside the cell of irradiation, whereas the source was not in the storage position. So it was a source used for sterilization. So the activity, it was cobalt-60, 30,000 terabecquerels. So that means practically 1 million curies. So it's a huge, very huge source. The exposure duration was 20 seconds. And in this case, it's a whole body exposure. And the worker realized 1 month after the irradiation that he was exposed because he was in aplasia. So in this case, the victim was transferred in the department of the Percy Hospital. And here you can see on the left part, it is the storage position. Here it is the irradiation position, and the source was in the pool, but at the top of the pool in an intermediate position. So, and in practice, the worker, there was a misfunctioning of the security system, and the worker entered here to check the absence of personnel, to reset a contact here, and this round trip took 20 seconds. So here in this case, it was a whole body irradiation. So the question was a spontaneous secondary resumption of the bone marrow activity will take place or not. So in this case, it was very important to know where bone marrow areas were exposed to recovery to recover spontaneously. That means below 6 grays, to lead to spontaneous secondary resumption. So in this case, the support of dosimetry was to assess the dose distribution. So first, we have performed an experimental dose reconstruction using a phantom with a small dosimeter. And then we made the calculation as presented by Christelle before. We used a mathematical phantom because we need only to know the gradient top down and the face back. So in our case, in this case, we have calculated also the mean whole body, the mean dose at the whole body level, and it was the mean dose was coherent with the biological dosimetry, which is representing the mean dose in the circulating blood, and the gradient was strong enough to confirm that spontaneous secondary resorption will be possible in this case, and the treatment was to provide growing factors. Well, and just by presenting these results, the medical doctor in charge realized that he will recover without any problem. Well, the last case, it's the Peru accident. Again, it was a Neridium-192 source used for gammography for welding control. Well, and he manipulated the source with the end. You can see here in the picture. And the exposure duration was about more than 2 hours and conducted to a localized exposure and whole body exposure. So in this case, it was first localized irradiation at the finger level. So you can see here the evolution of the burn. Here, 20 days after, and in this case, the dose was very high at the finger level, very heterogeneous, and the whole body dose was also important. So here the medical question was: do we need a mesenchymal stem cell graft, amputation of fingers? We'll have to face hematopoietic problems. So that means, again, support of dosimetry to estimate the dose at the finger level, and the dose heterogeneity at the body was very important. So we have, as there was uncertainties on the scenario, we made some hypotheses and we calculated the whole body dose, and we compared measurement to calculation. So at the trunk dose, we can, because we could compare the mean calculation, the mean dose calculated at the whole body with the biological dosimetry, so it was not too far. At the tooth level, because again we have compared those at the teeth level with EPR dosimetry and with calculation, it was coherent. The same for the chest, because he had a passive dosimeter, and at the end level we will see the next. Here at the end level, you can see here the results of the ESR dosimetry using fingernails. So the doses are very high, and what the highest dose on the index, and the maximum dose at the bone level, which was removed, was 90 grays, and the limit where it was cut was 20 grays. So in this case, well, again, the dose was very useful to define what part of the finger to be removed. Well, to conclude, the dosimetry is a key point for therapeutic strategy. It is necessary to use complementary techniques, and the techniques which are used depend on the accident configuration. And depending on the configuration, you can use biological dosimetry, calculation, electron spin resonance. The question, in case of localized irradiation, do we need to remove tissues? So here, calculations are very useful if we have if we know well the accident condition, the duration of the exposure, for example. The localized irradiation at the end, the question is necrosis. Do we need a graft? And in this case, ESR on fingernails are of interest. And regarding whole body irradiation, do we have hematological symptoms? And here we can use biological dosimetry and also calculation. As mentioned by Christelle, calculations are useful in most of the case. So that is my last slide.
Thank you for an excellent presentation with the impressive data. We are looking here at radiotherapy level doses in organs. It's impressive. So we have perhaps time for one quick question before moving on to the next presentation that is going to be online, so we don't know what to expect in terms of schedule. So.
Are some of the victims also followed up for late effects because they had a higher, more than, let's say, a couple of Sievert?
Yes, you're right. Late effects, the effects are expected. So it's why these people are continuously followed in their country, and time to time we have contact to see how is the evolution of the situation. But yeah, but obviously late effects are expected.
Okay, thank you once again. And so next presenter is going to be Johan Kalms from the Belgium Nuclear Research Center. That is going to be speaking to something that we would prefer not to need to be speaking about this moment at its current nuclear risk in Europe at the moment. So we are.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. I hope you hear me. Greetings from Belgium. And so I will discuss the current nuclear risk in Europe as a case study. Risk is in general defined as the probability of occurrence of a certain event times the consequences. So if the probability is very low, the risk is low. If the consequences are very low, the risk is low. And of course, if you have a certain probability with high consequences, the risk can be quite high. Now, I will not make a lot of statements about the probability, or the increased probability may be due to the situation of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, but we will look at some consequences mainly and related to two possible events: an event at nuclear power plants in Ukraine due to the situation there, and the use of a nuclear weapon, which is also in this context a question which is raised often. So let's start with the event at a nuclear power plant in Ukraine. The focus will be on the larger distances. So of course, it's a nuclear power plant accident can be very diverse in scale and cause, but we will see a little bit on the larger distances and look at which is the most, let's say, at large distances important thing, the contamination levels which can be caused, and maybe also in the context of EURADOS interesting is detections at early warning stations in as well Ukraine as in surrounding countries. So in an accident, you have, of course, an initiating event leading to an event, a potential accident, of course, with a release or no release to the environment. But if you have a release to the environment, you have a certain source term, which can come, of course, from the reactors or also the spent fuel stored on site. At the nuclear power plants, which are, for instance, for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the spent fuel is stored in the reactor building, which is already a safety precaution taken there. Then, of course, if you want to assess the consequences or the impact of such a release to the environment, you will use atmospheric dispersion and transport models. And so we did some calculations with the FlexPart model and coupled with archived numerical weather data from the European Center for Medium Weather Forecast, which we obtained from our Royal Meteorological Institute in Belgium. And then we did simulations for all nuclear power plant locations in Ukraine for a short release. And we did it for specific radionuclides, which are, let's say, representing specific groups of radionuclides which can be released. Of course, noble gases can be easily released. They will not deposit on the ground. So there are differences with iodine, which is also quite volatile, but which is not as volatile in general as noble gases. And then you have cesium, which is even less volatile than the iodine. And you have differences, for instance, in deposition. And of course, you have also differences in half-life if you look at the transport over long distances. And so we did, of course, fictive, all hypothetical simulations, something like 6,000 simulations for 500 release moments distributed, let's say, randomly over 1 year. The year Ukraine was in war, the first year of the war, times 3 radionuclide species, the 3 I mentioned above, and the 4 locations of the power plant. So this sums up to 6,000 simulations. And maybe the video can be shown now to show one of these simulations. I can switch it on. Yes, so this is a simulation, and you see the air concentration, in this specifically for cesium-137 in microbecquerels per cubic meter. The scale is mentioned, and the scale in principle up to the level of 1 microbecquerel per cubic meter is if this level is present for something like 1 day as an average concentration at a certain location. This can be picked up by the high volume air samplers, which are operated by different national institutes. So these are in principle, it depends a little bit on how long this concentration stay at a certain location, can be picked up by measurement stations over quite some distances. These simulations have been done, of course, for a unit source term, and then we scaled for different source terms. So if we can go back to the presentation, then what we get out are, of course, for instance, deposition levels, and this is the cesium-137 deposition expressed in becquerel per square meter for the Rivne nuclear power plant, and then for a 1 petabecquerel cesium-137 source. So to give you a little bit of reference, in the Chernobyl accident, around 89 petabecquerels, 10 to the 15 becquerels, 89, 10 to the 15 becquerels of cesium-137 have been released over a longer period. And in the Fukushima accident, it was around 15 petabecquerels, which have been released over the whole duration of the accident. Now, this is a little bit, this is important. So you can say a whole area will be affected based on this deposition level, but deposition levels of around 10 kilobecquerels, so 10,000 becquerels per square meter, they can, not necessarily, but they can give, in principle, a cause to countermeasures required for the food chain. So this means only, in fact, the blue area, the blue color in this color scheme. So although it's with high volume air samplers, EV measurable over a large range, these deposition levels related to countermeasures would be a much extended area for this simulation. And so we did 6,000 simulations of this type, And then for different, we scaled for source terms. And so the 4 figures give, in fact, the probability that the 10 kilobecquerel per square meter, for which, depending on the circumstances, of course, again, countermeasures for the food chain can be necessary. It can be at a little bit lower values. It can be at higher values. It depends, of course, also on the food products and things like this. But for instance, for leafy vegetables, milk, meat, these levels are around levels which you can expect countermeasures for the food chain. And so the 4 figures are now for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, again, cesium-137, so a long-lived radionuclide, and for different source term, going from 0.1 petabecquerel to 100 petabecquerel. So 100 petabecquerel would be already higher than what has been released in the Chernobyl accident. You see here the probability, so where you exceed these levels. And here you see for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, it's quite a lot oriented toward the east. The probability distribution, so it's more probable that it's east from Zaporizhzhia, these levels are exceeded compared to the western part of Europe. And then we did this also for, of course, other nuclear power plants. I will not show all the figures we made out of this, but this is for the Rivne nuclear power plant. And there you see that it's more centrally oriented. So it's affected more, let's say the probability is higher. It's also more to the northwest, of course, of Ukraine. So the probability to exceed this 10 kilobecquerel per square meter is more oriented, centrally or towards Western Europe or Central Europe in this case. So this gives a view on, let's say, the probabilities of where potential actions are required for the food chain. What about the early warning networks, which are installed in different countries, in all countries in Europe? So the national networks, they give their data, they transmit their data to EURADOS, the European Radiological Data Exchange Platform, where you can consult these data. It collects data from nearly 5,000 stations, which are plotted on this map. And of course, you have these stations measure ambient dose equivalent rate in general, or are calibrated for ambient dose equivalent rate. And typical values in Europe are something between 50 nanosieverts per hour up to 200 nanosieverts per hour, as can be seen from this map, which is a screenshot from yesterday. Now, to compare with the previous graphs, maybe if you exceed 10 kilobecquerels per square meter of cesium-137 from the ground shine in your detector at 1 meter, you can expect ambient dose equivalent rate of something like 30 nanosieverts per hour, which has to compare with the background of 50 to, depending on the location, 150 or even a little bit higher nanosieverts per hour. So this would be could be picked up in principle. We looked also if the cloud passage could be picked up, and also again the probability if the cloud passage could be picked up. In this case, the cloud passage of noble gases, and we looked here at a specific ratio of xenon-133, 135, which has been decayed away now because the reactors at Zaporizhzhia are shut down. But for the other reactors, like for instance the Rivne reactors in Rivne, these can still be present when an accident would occur at one of these reactors. And there you see we zoomed in on the area, because the area where it can be picked up, and we used a criteria of 10 nanosieverts per hour, which is already quite low to be picked up by a dose rate station. But you see again the distribution and a lot of stations as well in Ukraine as in neighboring countries would pick this up, of course, depending on, again, the source term ranging from 1 petabecquerel left top to 100 petabecquerels of this xenon-133, of the combination of noble gases, xenon-133, xenon-135. 100 petabecquerel source term in the lower in the bottom right figure. So this is what we did for probability distributions, well, of consequences, let's say, for nuclear power plant accidents. If we go now to the use of nuclear weapons, I will maybe first give a short introduction on the nuclear weapons and the Russian arsenal, just to interpret the results later on a little bit more carefully. The effects of nuclear detonation, and then do as well the basic impact calculations for an explosion, if it would happen in, I selected Brussels, but it can be, of course, everywhere. And then the impact on Western Europe for an explosion in Ukraine, to give a little bit of details on this. So very short, so nuclear weapons, you have fission-based weapons, so they are based on the fission of uranium or plutonium, and you have the gun type, where two non-critical uranium masses are brought together in a gun type configuration to make critical uranium-235 mass, or the implosion type, which is in general plutonium type weapon, in which a non-critical mass is compressed to a critical mass with chemical explosives. And in principle, they're also in this implosion type, in principle, it can be boosted. There can be some fusion fuel in the center to generate additional neutrons for creating more fissions, but also to increase the yield of the nuclear weapon. That's called a boosted fission weapon. It's not a real fusion weapon, but which can also be used to change the yield of a nuclear weapon. And then you have the fusion-based weapons, the term nuclear weapons, so they are always based on the fusion of deuterium with tritium, giving helium and neutrons, one neutron in that case. And such a weapon, this is one type of design, but such a weapon consists, in fact, of always a fission-based type, which is on the right-hand side. So it's a implosive type fission-based weapon. And this will ignite the fusion, will create the conditions, I will not go in detail, of the fusion. And this fusion can, in fact, the neutrons from this fusion can create, again, fission. So sometimes it's a fission, fusion, fission weapon, in fact. And the fact that it's made more transparent for neutrons, the fusion is made more transparent for neutrons, is giving them a neutron bomb. Or when there is more fission with the neutrons coming from the fusion, it's quite complicated, the fission fusion. This can also make more activation product and can make from it a very dirty bomb with a lot of fission products, which then also will fall out, of course. So that's important to know that there are different types and that, well, the amount of, for instance, fission products and also activation products created by the bomb can vary quite a lot, independent a little bit of the yield of such a nuclear device. Now, the yield and the arsenal of these can be easily found in the open literature. So there are good estimates on what's available. So 1,600 nuclear weapons are estimated to be operational. There are in reserve. And the yield is typically between 10 and 800 kilotons. Yield is expressed in kilotons, which is a measure of energy, which is indicated on the top of the slides. So 1 kiloton is 100. 1 kiloton is so 1,000 tons of TNT equivalent, and corresponds so with the number of joules or a number of mega electron volts. And it's maybe interesting to say one fission creates something like 200 mega electron volts, so you can easily calculate the number of fissions created in such a nuclear weapon. The vectors with which these weapons can be transported, well, they can go over land, so they can be launched via land, via over the sea, submarine also, and via aircrafts or interballistic missiles. So I will not go into detail of this. Now, the characteristics of the nuclear explosion itself, so there are important differences depending on the location of the explosion. When it's just above ground, then you will get the typical mushroom cloud in which debris is brought into the air, debris from the ground brought into the air, which is quite different from a high altitude explosion, as you see in the pictures, or an underground explosion, which is maybe not visible at all, or an underwater explosion, of course, which can look completely different. It has also important differences in the radioactive particle size. That's very important. In near-surface explosions or surface explosions, you will create a lot of debris. Your radioactive material will be trapped in this debris, and this can give a range of particles, of quite large particles, millimeter size, up to very small particles, micrometer size, while you have a high altitude. You have only the debris of the nuclear weapon, so you will still have some bigger particles, but you will have much more smaller particles in these type of explosions. Also, for instance, in the underwater, this will look as well quite different. The effects of nuclear blast, I will also not go in too much detail related to it. It's maybe most important to tell a little bit about the energy released. This is in different forms. 50% is more or less going into the blast, which is the air wave and the ground shock, the air wave and the ground shock. 35% in thermal radiation, 50% in ionizing radiation, from which 5% prompt radiation, which is emitted in the first minute or shorter, and includes also the neutrons, of course, and the prompt gamma radiation. And it creates also the electromagnetic pulse, and then 10% from ionizing radiation in delayed. So that's going into the fallout. So these are the radioactive products, the fission products, the activation products, which are created by the bomb. The main effect is, in fact, the deposition on the ground, which you, well, from the fallout, a large amount of fission and activation products are created. These are mainly because the irradiation is short, so these are mainly short-lived, the highest activity of short-lived radionuclides. It's important to say a fusion weapon in general will have 40% less activity, radioactivity, than a 100% fission weapon for the same yield, but this is, as I mentioned, very roughly speaking. And for instance, to give a little bit an idea of the radionuclides, radioiodines are quite present in the fallout, so they make 20% of the total activity. I have, in fact, to say 20% of the activity which can be found in the fallout, because we have also noble gases. And as I mentioned, particle size can be really vary from large particles to sub-micrometer scale. And this has, of course, an effect on the deposition. A large particle will, due to the gravitational deposition, deposit nearby, while small particles, they can be taken very far away. You have also to take into account that in this mushroom type cloud you have, this mushroom can go up with the top up to 10, 12, 15 kilometers, depending on the yield of the blast. So this means that radioactivity is taken high into the atmosphere and is released from different heights, mainly from, let's say, the cloud of this mushroom. There is the most activity in the stem of the mushroom. There, the activity distribution, where you find less radioactivity. Now this, because you have a lot of large particles, especially for a ground blast or a blast near the surface, you have a lot of fallout, short-lived products. Dose rate from this fallout will go down quite rapidly.
Johan, I'm really sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry. There's no other way to talk to you, apparently. If just another couple of minutes, if it's okay, please.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
I will only for a few minutes continue. So I have a few impact calculations here, which are shown. The first are the very, let's say, basic calculations, which are based, in fact, on the historical work of Gladstone and Dolan, and which can be, there are different tools which you can find on the internet also to use these calculations. And this is so typically that you get the contours for a typical yield, for typical conditions, let's say, for the direct effects from the blast, which is the red thing, which is something like 0.4 kilometer radius in this picture, the thermal effects and the prompt radiation effects, and then, of course, the fallout, which is taken with the wind. And in this case, the red curve, just to point you, is 10 sievert in 6 hours, coming from, or 10 gray, coming from the fallout. And this is going up to a distance of 10 kilometers, so the red cigar which you see there. So these are, of course, lethal doses, 10 sieverts. Now, I have here a little bit more calculations, so you have an effect of the yield, which the effects are a little bit different depending on the yield, and also, of course, for the fallout. In reality, of course, you will have changes in wind direction or variations in wind direction as a function of height, with the high distribution of your particles. So it will look, of course, more like this, very more heterogeneous pattern than I showed in these basic calculations. And then to end with, which is maybe what I wanted to show, I will skip this slide. What I wanted to show is to do a little bit more realistic calculations, let's say, for the longer ranges. So if a bomb is dropped on a certain location, how far would you see, or how far would you take potential countermeasures? And of course, then in this context, the current context of Ukraine, we think maybe of a nuclear bomb in Ukraine. And then the impact on the larger scale, for instance, in Western or Central Europe. Now, as I mentioned, this is very strongly dependent on a lot of parameters: yield, the exact site of location of the explosion, particle size. And we know from historical tests that you can have effects, for instance, for the food chain up till 1,000 kilometers. And this is also what we find, for instance, in some calculations. So these are calculations for a 50 kiloton explosion of the iodine deposition, where we assume the iodine to be quite high in the atmosphere, so in the cloud of 50 kiloton explosion. And then this is for a 0.6 micrometer particles. And this is just to show you the effect of the particle size on the distribution in Europe. So also on the location on where such an explosion takes place. Here you have to take care again. You have to look only at the colors which are brownish or above, so above yellow. So where you exceed the 10 kilobecquerels per square meter for the iodine 131 deposition, for instance, for countermeasures for the food chain. So it's not a whole area which will be affected dramatically. Also, in certain areas, you will have effects on the food chain, but not really, of course, on effects on the population, the direct effects on the population. But if you look, for instance, at larger particle sizes, 60 micrometers, this is reduced a lot. So you see a very big impact on the particle size distribution, so on the exact conditions of the explosion. And that's to conclude my presentations. So I don't know if there is still time for questions. Otherwise, of course, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johan. That was slightly frightening in some ways, but very informative. I think everybody agrees. I'm afraid we do have to finish imminently, so no time for questions now, but please do contact Johan directly if you have any. So now it's my pleasure pleasure to just give a few very short closing words, I promise, and then we will let you go. I hereby formally close the 16th EURADOS School on contribution of dosimetry in the field of nuclear emergency preparedness and radiological accident management. We set out to share some of the basics and then the state of the art in this field, and also the contribution of EURADOS and all of our wonderful work. So I think we've been very successful in doing that today. The meeting has been recorded, so we will seek permission slightly belatedly from the speakers, and assuming that we receive that, we will share the recording online, and we can share the slides as well. We will also, as usual, be writing a EURADOS report, so summarising the presentations and the state of the art and how EURADOS is continuing to contribute and support the field. I've just added on the app somewhere for you to put some comments. So if you'd like to say thank you to the speakers again, do so there. Or if you have comments, suggestions for things that we can do a little bit better for next time, please put those on too. Then the most important thing to say is a huge thanks to my colleagues. So of course to the organising committee, all of the organisers and everybody's helped out from our partners here in Porto. My co-chairs, including Pedro, who sends his apologies. He had to leave, but we had some lovely support otherwise. And the other scientific organisers from the council and the working group chairs, so Isabel, Marco, Philippe, Arturo, and then the other council members and working group chairs who also helped with the various aspects. It's always, as always, has been a real team effort. Then a special and gigantic thank you to Kirsten and Babs and Liliana and the team here again locally who've helped us. I think it's gone very smoothly. It's always difficult having the sort of hybrid aspect, but it seems to have been brilliant. Then, well, almost finally, thank you all for listening and engaging, and we're really looking forward to continuing the conversations and collaborations. Then I think, finally, we should thank the speakers one last time for the very fantastic, interesting, informative presentations, and we're still thinking about the topic for next year, but we are looking forward, on behalf of myself and colleagues in Oxford, we're looking forward to welcoming you to Oxford. So that's it. I am finished. We are finished. Thank you so much, everybody, again, and see you next time.